Okay. Set. All the links have been sent out. I think they have, anyways. Let's get to the main screen. And good evening, everyone. Yeah, today is another art day. And it also turns out Vgen is having a specific contest to see, and one of the winners apparently gets a code for the site. And since I've been wanting to get verified for a good while, yeah, let's go ahead and get started, shall we? And Mike. Oh, wait, never mind. Looks like dinner's ready right now. Sorry. Didn't anticipate this to happen. Alright. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Dinner was ready right when I was starting, so kinda sucks. Oh, also, hi, Alex. Sorry. Apparently, Nightbot decided to bury a lot of messages is through their excessive link spamming. Really wish this thing would just post like one message every time even someone chats instead of just the deluge of links he usually does. Yeah, maybe there's a way to do it. I don't know. Alright, anyway, yeah, let's go ahead and do a video reaction while we draw. Apparently, Josh Scorcher has a new video up. Apparently, he's going over his massive list of fails. Or at least the top 10 of them. So I kind of like when creators do this. Oh, here, turn on the desktop audio. Yeah. I really like when creators make videos like that. It mainly shows that they grew a lot during their time as a creator. It beats those top 10 best moments lists anyways. Alright, so let's see what Josh, let's see Josh's regrets, shall we?
This video is brought to you by Glitch Energy, clean, crash-free energy and focus boost with delicious flavors. Use code JoshScorcher at checkout to get a significant discount off your order. Level up your game with Glitch Energy today.
Well, well, well. How the turntables...
I love this job, and nothing will ever change that. The fact that I'm able to do
that's
this for
fair.
a living is something I will always be thankful for. Am I perfect at it? No. Given that I've been doing this for nearly 18 years, I've made more than enough mistakes to make a list out of them. So let's do that. But first, a disclaimer.
A lot of stuff. We all seen the stuff at poorly ages.
If someone else is involved in the kerfuffle, I'm not going to talk about it. These are about my mistakes. That won't stop some people from continuing to bring it up.
Yeah, true.
Starting with something fairly benign on my list of blunders, I've mispronounced a lot of names in my time. While this is common,
same here.
a name as it's spelled without knowing how other people say it doesn't really give me an excuse for the times I failed to properly English. So strap in and get ready for a special Josh Scorcher edition of...
Pronouncing things accordingly!
Camus, Heyo, Plutia, Project Key Zone 2, Final Fantasy Type 0, Cecile, Sephirin, Jean Bassan, Bielstock, Tombly, and finally, Keen P. Gallivan. Wait, what?
Yeah, sorry to tell you this, boss, but you've been mispronouncing my first name this entire time, but it's actually pronounced Kian. I can see why you'd get it confused, though, since my name is traditionally spelled C-I-A-N, or K-I-A-N, since it's a traditional Irish male name of Gaelic origin, meaning ancient, enduring, or long-lasting.
And you bring this up now? Because?
You've been calling me Keen for almost 3 years now. It just kind of felt weird to correct you.
You did not just quote the first Sonic movie.
Apology accepted. It's an easy mistake to make. Okay, bye!
I'm not gonna survive this list, am I?
Yeah, probably not. But if Mr. Enter can survive his, you have a fighting chance at least.
I have said a number of things that have been incorrect. I have a team of writers to help me with things, but we miss things. We're all human. We all err. With this in mind, please take this list of research mistakes as penance for the unforgivable crime of being wrong on the internet.
Boopity boop boop boopity boop boop boop.
Celestia did tell Twilight to do it alone. Tara Strong doesn't voice Maka Albarn. That's Laura Bailey. The Hollow wasn't introduced in Terraria's Journey's End. Goshina didn't compose for Tales of the Abyss. Flounder wasn't the first extra boss in Toho. Rika was. Aversion is a horror game. Final Fantasy V wasn't on 360 or PS3. Dragon Maleficent can be interrupted by casting stop. There already was a Tales Series Warriors game. Child Units in Casual Mode didn't debut in Awakening. The former was in Genealogy, and the latter's in New Mystery of the Emblem. The Game Boy wasn't released until 1989. Sonic Forces was not outsourced. Mario's smile is just his mustache. Dismounting is not in the Fire Emblem Radiant saga.
This was my flop. I meant to write rescuing on the script, but my mind trailed into dismounting for some reason. Sorry about that.
Sweet Victory was not written by Jonathan Colton, but by Bob Kulick. EA did not create the 3DO, it's the founders of EA who did. The Phantom Hourglass needs sunlight to recharge, flipping it over would do nothing. Orphan's opening attack does not instant kill. Gilgamesh was not a boss in Final Fantasy VIII. The first Trail games came out in 2004. It's ever 17, not ever 16. Monolith Soft didn't conduct mass layoffs in 2024. Persona 4 Golden wasn't on the PS4 at the time. The Unchained protagonist did not become Xehanort. Artorias was not depressed about his father. Using the Rum Muse battle in Unfair Bosses. Tammy Grimes did not voice the last unicorn. Akira Toriyama did not work on Final Fantasy. And of course, there is no Mega Man 12. Until today. Now, did I get every single research mistake listed? No, and you'll definitely come across more and more and more in the future. Feel free to keep pointing them out, though don't do it in the hopes that I make a sequel to this list just to shove them in, because I won't.
Yeah. Don't blame me for the amount of research mistakes. It's actually... I think it's a common misconception that more writers would mean less mistakes, but... too many cooks in the kitchen tend to have a lot more mistakes, is what I'm trying to say. Doesn't mean you should go solo, though. Oh, hey, Rich Hype Man.
The early days of being a YouTuber, you're so convinced you're gonna get the world by the tail that you start making huge promises for yourself or your viewers, only to fall short on said commitments. You can try to overcompensate with more promises you can't keep, or you can just admit that you overbooked yourself, apologize, and just accept your limitations. Or you can try and make a poorly planned comeback and try and take advantage of your viewers while speaking on behalf of your deceased best friend. Back in 2010, I offered intro requests to my fans, where I'd create custom countdown intros for those who wanted to get their foot in the door with similar content. For free. I did my best to fulfill said commitment, and it was fun for about a week. Yeah, I kind of underestimated how many people would go for the quests. By 2011, the number had reached the thousands.
Yeah, sorry, dude. That's the first thing you learn as an artist.
Plug on the offer. Suffice to say, this was a good lesson on community versus workload management. Nowadays, if I don't follow up on something right away, Know that I don't do so maliciously, but because my memory is not the best. Anyone knows me personally understands this, and at this point, I had to hire my wife to be 3/4 of my brain. But it also shows that I know my limits more than I used to.
So average
giving
wife
your
stuff.
promises to your fans is great, but don't be afraid to back away if it becomes too much to handle. And I'll never make another half-baked promise like that again. Hey, I still plan to follow up on that, but who knows when I'll make to 200k subs. Hey, did I make that promise in writing?
Make it a bit, Josh.
Josh Scorcher here, and it's good to be back.
Yay, I'm back from the Marines. Can't wait to make more videos. Yeesh. Still hard to believe I've been on this journey since before YouTube was old enough to vote. I've gone on record saying that the countdown I regret doing the most is the original disappointing Final Bosses video all the way back in 2011. To the point where I actively tell people to watch the remake version instead. And judging by the sizable chunk of the original's dislikes, oh, fans rightfully share my pain. My biggest gripe with the OG vid is how undercooked it turned out. I briefly bring up small points about why each boss is disappointing, but I leave out a lot of key details to really cement my choices. Add to it, I relied on too much of a repetitive joke structure and really repetitive points with what little there was. Oh, and of course, the wonderfully aged memes. Personal memo, never let 2010 me near the chroma key. Which reminds me, the editing, oh my gosh, the editing. I could barely hear my own voice over the music for half of these, and the intro feels longer than it actually was. To be honest, a lot of us are embarrassed by our earlier works, and this is one that continues to haunt.
Ain't that the
I'm
truth?
not proud of this edgy teen vibe I was going for, and the technical issues are just too painful. It at least showcased how far I've come since YouTube's heyday, and I'm really glad I got a second chance to get it right with the remake, but now the repressed memories are fresh for all to see, so thanks for that! And then there's also that other thing, but we'll talk about that more in detail later. Stretch pics are a tough thing to get right. You really gotta know what you're talking about when you put a label on something that isn't made for the label, regardless of whether or not they actually deserve it. Sometimes an entry can qualify for a list of clever loopholes, but others are so unbelievable that people have rightfully called me out for including them. Case in point, including Joel on top 10 evil characters. I've made my thoughts on The Last of Us clear many times at this point, and I've ranted about the ending to no end. And yeah, people have vehemently disagreed with my take on it. Looking back, sure, Joel had selfish moments throughout the game, and I still don't think he should have lied to Ellie at the end of it. But, like, number 6? Really, me from 11 years ago? Putting Joel on a hated characters list? Hot take, but understandable. Claiming he's evil. Maybe I overreacted a bit. Let's go over the entry itself.
A bit, yeah.
He's willing to justify some of the most vile actions in the game under the blanket of protecting his loved ones.
Okay. A lot of people have asked if I changed my mind on Joel's actions now that I'm a father. I kinda have. In hindsight, protecting his loved one is not a bad explanation. Say what you will about Joel's actions, but the man lost a daughter to someone who was just following orders and has formed a father-daughter bond with Ellie. Even if his actions aren't 100% justifiable, they're at least explainable.
By the end of the game, Joel is not only willing to murder people who are trying to save what little remains and rebuild the Earth, he pretty much secures humanity's demise.
So people have disproven this notion as of late. It appears that the cure for the Fireflies wouldn't have actually worked and Ellie would have died for nothing. I mean, both The Last of Us 1 and 2 were made completely pointless thanks to the DLC for the first game. I blame both of those on the writers rather than I would Joel himself. The Fireflies weren't innocent either. They kidnapped Ellie, remember?
You know what else is heartless and inhumane? Killing doctors and scientists and actively damning humanity in the process.
Yeah, me 11 years ago did not realize that killing the doctors was, optional.
Well, that is only half true.
Buddy, grief happens to everybody. This isn't all about you.
Everyone dies, just get over it. Yeah, real classy, me. Nowadays, I consider Joel more of an anti-hero than a straight-up evil character. Countdown for another day, maybe. At the very least, Joel could have been an honorable mention because it's easy to argue.
Honestly, Last of Us is just about as poorly aged as you could get. And honestly, so are most of our takes on it. I never finished the first Last of Us, and Honestly, I never even saw the show, so I don't know. Never really knew what to really think of this series anymore. What I'm saying. Your take is pretty poorly aged. Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just thinking too deeply into this.
That what Joel is doing is wrong. But his actions are explainable enough that he's more sympathetic than me from over a decade ago is trying to make him out to be. I like to think that what my view of what makes a character evil has become more nuanced since then, and I owe it all to my dedicated writing staff. Man, imagine if my thinking didn't evolve from back then. People will watch me put Joel on villain protagonist, which like, oh, why?
Hey, at least you're growing.
Lately, I've been branching out with content to varying degrees of success. You guys love 5 great villain songs, couldn't be happier about that, but I also took my first dive into the Versus community with Blaze vs. Starfire, which was mostly positively received. So the verdict isn't exactly the problem here. Sure, I got memed on by some hardcore power scalers for saying a Sonic character could beat a DC character, haha, yeah, we all had a laugh about Outer Sonic, but that's not why we're talking about it. Versus debating is such a highly interpretive topic that saying really any verdict is objectively right or wrong relies more on persuasiveness than evidence, more than we want to admit. At the end of the day, it's basically fanfiction posing as a research paper. What I'm personally ashamed of is more etiquette-based. I forgot to credit my sources.
Nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
I forgot is similar in nature to other memes that reference a screenshot of a conversation.
The Versus community is super tight-knit when it comes to researching, and a lot of that help comes from blogs people do, whether it be the prediction blogs for actual death battle episodes or just for fun projects. These are phenomenal help for someone who wants a deep dive into what characters can actually do. When researching for Blaze vs. Starfire, multiple blogs helped me get a grasp on the scaling for both of these characters. But I didn't credit them, and people quickly realized where some of my arguments came from. Now that is something I'm ashamed for, so we're rectifying that here and now.
Yeah.
Who are the biggest help with research. If you're a part of any of these blogs, I can't
actually is kind of a crime, honestly.
Chien Asura and Origin the Hero, I cannot believe I forgot to credit you guys. Like a lot of things on this list, this was a learning experience for me, and I'm confident going forward with Sidon vs. Undyne and other Triple F episodes that we can deliver stuff that's even better. So, remember response videos? No? Consider yourself lucky. While still around, these used to be way more common back in the day. These were where a creator would make a video in response to another one that acted as a sort of scripted commentary. How's that different from just critiquing someone, you ask? Well, most people making these videos focus more on dispensing petty insults than saying anything actually constructive. And
so,
to
the
my
rant
everlasting shame, I am in that category. All the way back in 2011, I made my now infamous remark about hating Okami. People didn't agree with me, let's put it that way. After an unscripted follow-up, someone decided to make a response video towards me. It was not good, to say the least. But rather than just turn the other cheek, I decided to make my own response video. Spoiler alert, it sucked a lot.
Are you trying to instigate a fight? Because that's what it sounds like. Lady, you do not want to go down that road.
We've got a badass over here.
And, well, let's just say that it did not have the best of responses in and of itself. Yes, people took it way too far, sending hate to the person in question, but it's not like I was innocent in all this. Like, look, just look how overly serious I was.
Insults. Lady, if you're going to argue like an adult and not like a child, then you will refrain from insults. With that, you have crossed the line from just providing arguments to whining.
Reggie, please stop. Stop, Kate.
Get some help.
And because I refused to learn anything from this debacle, I decided to make another one. Any point I had about what not to do when making a video game countdown was completely undermined by my utter lack of tact. Alex Roshan put it best. You can be a critic and not be an a-hole, without being petty or devolving into personal attacks. Say what you will about Hades' risk, but he always made it clear he was playing a character and held nothing against the people he was covering.
But of course, dear Joshy, you always were riding the coattails of Alex. I mean, you were the fiery jester to his fiery autarch, for pity's sake.
Ouch.
Not liking something people love is not a unique thing for anyone. We all have that one thing that we just don't get or enjoy, and we thought there were others who'd understand why. So when we find out the thing is actually very well celebrated, we do one of three things. 1. Understand why they like it and appreciate the subject even when it's not our cup of tea. 2. Actively avoid the subject if it's not something we even want to like. Or 3. Make angry posts about it online to make people either feel bad for liking what they like or rage bait them to act like the cool kid who doesn't follow the crowd. Yeah,
so post on Twitter.
There's no good way to approach that last one. As hard as it is to admit, I am one of the progenitors of the community who makes videos talking about overrated things in gaming. Yeah, stop going after Fawful's minion over that. Direct your tomatoes right here. I'm sure my longtime fans remember the original top 10 overrated games. Now, sure, I don't intend to say that the games on that list are bad, mostly, but my explanations don't exactly help. With how shallow and angry I was in that video, it's easy to think I'm saying, I don't like this game, it's bad and everyone should feel bad for liking it. By far the worst case for that is Mario Galaxy 2. This really popular Mario game
in your defense, it was
criticism at the time,
that guy with the glasses era.
Away with throwing shade at it without making it clear why. And it didn't stop there either. I just had to carry over my spite into disappointing final bosses, and you saw how well that turned out. Years later, I remade that video and made it more elaborate. Heck, I even put aside my biases and included games I actually liked to prove I'm willing to criticize everything equally. In fact, I still stand by a lot of the opinions I have on these games. But looking at the bigger picture, what's the point? What was I trying to prove by crapping on what people like? Sure, I guess it's to entertain, but at the expense of alienating and dividing my fan base? I'm not making excuses, but rage baiting? It's like a drug. You feel the sensation of relief when you step over what's popular and make a spectacle of it. But after a while, would you really be proud of that? Would you go out of your way to look back at what you made and say, oh man, I'm so cool for doing that? All it got for me was months and months of grief. Sure, call me a hypocrite for saying all this, considering these are some of my most popular videos. So I gotta pay rent thanks to you guys getting rage baited. Awesome. Now please, for all our sakes, go watch something else of mine. Am I ever gonna stop throwing shade and making hot takes? Probably not. I'm kind of known for that by now. Heck, my writers still make me do it for a cheap joke from time to time. But rest assured, you're never gonna see another video from me with overrated on the title. Now, making a sequel to this list, however, is fair game. Let me know if you want it. You okay?
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just making sure you don't blow this one.
Calm your ticks count. I know what I'm doing. I'm a big boy now.
Don't say it like that.
Alongside my overrated videos, one of the types of videos I was controversially known for making back then was the character versus rants. No, nothing like Triple F. These were shallow, biased, fanboyism-driven videos that I tried to pass as fair analysis. Like, seriously, what's the Kefka-loving guy gonna say in the Kefka versus Sephiroth video? Oh, and with how much I used to diss Halo, is Samus versus Master Chief even hard to predict? It's clear I only made these videos to flaunt how much my favorite characters are better than the ones that are more popular, all the while completely undermining what makes the respective characters work and why their differences matter.
Girls look better than boys.
I mean, I still think that, but man, some things really used to be cool to say. And there's the crowning jewel of garbage among them all, Mario versus Luigi. I admit it, I used to play way into the online sentiment of smacking Mario around to put Luigi on the pedestal. It's disingenuous and really tone deaf. Look, I'm a middle child. I'm gonna be a Luigi guy. I do wish he got more than what he did back then, but that's not an excuse to flat out lie about aspects of this character just to uplift him. Luigi is an engineer. Yes, using a Game Boy SP at one time means you know how to build an airship. There's also saying that Luigi did more than Mario because he rescued Mario, while ignoring the times Mario did the same. Yeah, brothers having the common sense to help each other is apparently a contest. Boy, howdy am I setting such a good example. Oh yeah, I also defended Mario is missing and acted like that was a completely normal thing.
Hey, I liked both these games. F you.
Why? Just why? Between that and just a complete lack
Fanboys,
of understanding
that's
of
why.
what these two stand for, this is by far the one I hate looking at the most. I physically can't watch it anymore. It's that bad.
Let's all just agree to never pit Mario and Luigi against each other for anything other than friendly competition. And making people feel bad for liking either brother more than the other is not friendly.
Can I go now?
You're in the clear. For now.
If it's any silver lining at all, I did make better versus videos after these. The N64 Battle Royale aged a bit better, even if some of my thoughts don't quite hold up today. Travis vs. Jack Cayman was still a tad petty in some areas.
Gosh darn it, Travis's beam katana is awesome.
But I at least tried to take time and be more analytical. Nevertheless, those are relics of the past. If you want to see me actually be dedicated to my
I don't even
versus
remember
analysis,
Mad
go
World
watch Triple X.
outside of... Well, and when we actually played it. Let's be real.
The censors and the US president ranks Kingdom Hearts games. I watched the rough cut from my phone. Apologies, headphone users. Overusing I hate Disney jokes. Lowest of low-hanging fruit, it's not funny anymore. Using the word unalive. You know, sometimes I think I'm too needlessly afraid of the algorithm. Passing up on DJ Tiki. Hey, you know DJ Tiki? You know, Death Battles DJ Tiki? He applied to be on my editing staff in the 2010s. And I rejected him.
I let them slip through my fingers.
Ah, man. Actually, here's a little bit of a trivia for you. Apparently there was a... let's see. What was it called? Two tribes, apparently... He wanted to... had a game that... someone offered to... them to publish, and they rejected it. You want to know what that game was? Fucking Angry Birds. I did not make any part of that story up. Then again, maybe it was for the best they rejected it. Probably wouldn't have been able to retire or after getting a franchise like that.
Politics. I could honestly end the segment there, but I might as well torture myself even more. Ever since insert name a politician you don't like got elected and insert group of people you don't like rose to power, things have gotten a bit nutty in insert country you live in. In this day and age, politically saying, thinking, doing, feeling, making, watching anything perceived as going against the grain is treated as religious heresy. The wonderful undulating paradox we live under online is that we have to have opinions on world events, but that just makes us angry and reactive and say stupid, misinformed things. So we decide to take a step back and wait. But no, you have to say something now, otherwise you're heartless. Everything is political, and now people are mad at you for not jumping in immediately. To play or not to play, there are no winning moves. To paraphrase Emperor Lemon, a lot of people get upset about politics. A lot less people understand politics. Suffice to say, I'm not immune to that line of thinking. I could go into detail over all the instances where I just should have kept my freaking mouth shut. But for
Okay, in your defense on this point, you were in the military. Having a political opinion was just kinda... well, par for the course. You are working for your country after all. But yeah, sadly, political opinions are pretty much something you can't really well, can't really just avoid, sadly. Trust me, we at the Rumble Pack know all about that. We try, at the very least.
For the sake of sticking to my points and not going overboard, I'll provide you with one example. Oh, and trust me, it's a doozy. Back in the wondrous, totally not politically charged year of 2016, I decided it was a good idea to make a Tumblr post about gun control. A week after the Pulse nightclub shooting.
Ouch.
You didn't need to post that. Why? Why did you post it? It's too late now to delete it. Now we just have to live with it.
Regardless of the point I was trying to make, I picked the absolute worst time to do it. Even if I was 100% right, what the fudge was I thinking? Look, I was gonna upset people regardless. Comes with the territory of politics. But no, I took the extra step to make them even more upset. The fact that so many people are still willing to put up with me and my nonsense, it means the world to me. I've screwed up, and I will continue to screw up. And I can only make an effort to screw up less in the future. I'm the Fiery Joker, and still not nearly as bad as any of the people on the next list.
God! Ooh, are we getting a remake of the hated characters we're supposed to like Equalist? Oh, I can hope anyway. Oh, hey, Caesar his name on there. Nice. Yeah, that was Josh Scorcher's top 10 personal fails. Yeah, I said we all have those moments, Josh. Don't you worry. Alright. Yeah, let's see. Next on my list of shit to react to while drawing. One shot. Crispy has a video on one-shot clusters. Alright. Well, I do feel like reacting to a lolcow, so... Yeah, let's go ahead and watch that. Shall we?
Oh, hey. Want to hear a story? So, we've brought up min-maxed before. I mentioned this brand new D&D podcast during the Shadiversity episode, and many of you were very happy that I was just using them as a transition to talk about martial arts creators. At the time, min-max were not involved in any drama, so there was no need for me to continue talking about them. Well, I'm talking about them now. Yeah, if you're unaware, Min-Max is, like I said, a brand new D&D podcast, but its special gimmick is that it is bringing together martial arts creators from across the world. People who swing swords in real life are now going to be swinging swords in Fantasyland, which I think is a neat idea, though it isn't cheap to get all these people together, so the channel heading up this effort, Sell Sword Arts, they opened up a GoFundMe and got over $100,000 to make it happen. What started as just a little one-off idea for a D&D game is now going to be a full-on channel and show. Within a day, we'd hit our goal, and then we doubled, tripled, quadrupled that goal, and now this isn't just a tiny little D&D project anymore. This is gonna be epic. They're planning multiple seasons, built a whole set. This looks awesome, and I myself was really excited to see how their work panned out. Last week, they released their first episode, and I thought it was pretty dang solid. Not perfect by any means, but I enjoyed it, and I'm looking forward to see.
Oh, sorry, I'm distracted. Okay, I'm gonna think I was, all the way back here.
Is a neat idea, though it isn't cheap to get all these people together. So the channel heading up this effort, Sell Sword Arts, they opened up a GoFundMe and got over $100,000 to make it happen. What started as just a little one-off idea for a D&D game is now going to be a full-on channel and show. Within a day, we'd hit our goal, and then we doubled, tripled, quadrupled that goal, and now this isn't just a tiny little D&D project anymore. This is gonna be epic. They're planning multiple seasons, built a whole set. This looks awesome, and I myself was really excited to see how their work panned out. Last week, they released their first episode, and I thought it was pretty dang solid. Not perfect by any means, but I enjoyed it, and I'm looking forward to seeing whatever they do next. I moved on with my life, and then I got this DM on Instagram. Would love your take. I feel like tea is brewing in some way, shape, or form. Knowing you, you probably already know about this, but would love to see you cover this if anything more comes from it. Contained in this DM was a video by Duke from One Shot Questers, a YouTuber with almost 1 million subscribers. He doesn't normally do drama content, so him making a video called "I'm done being scared to speak up" with the words "this is pathetic" and the cast of min-max front and center, I was concerned. Something really bad must have happened to push this guy to make a random drama video. Well, I checked out what he said, looked deeper in the situation, and yeah, nothing terrible was happening behind the scenes. Something terrible was happening right in front of my face, though. A YouTuber, One Shot Questers in particular, a YouTuber in the D&D space with almost 1 million subscribers, was clearly gatekeeping this community and attacking a brand new podcast for almost absolutely no reason. This hit piece by Duke is one of the most misguided and idiotic videos I've seen posted on YouTube. And with what I do for a living, that is really saying something. Within the past couple days, I have
can't wait to hear about this
of the One Shot Questers YouTube channel. Thousands of subscribers are fleeing in droves. He had a full-on crash out in his comment section, and this whole story ended with one of the most insane plot twists I have ever seen, because apparently it was just an elaborate job application. Oh my god, it was insane. And the worst part is that I warned him. Yeah.
Hold on.
I'm directly involved in this one too. So, without further ado, guys, what the hell happened?
Yeah, I gotta know this story too. But yeah, holy shit. That honestly sounds like, this honestly sounds like pirate software levels of evolving into bulk outum. Except, I don't know if the video was just the was the catalyst or just the final nail. We'll see in a minute. Especially want to know their involvement in this story.
I'm being frustrated. I'm tired of seeing you guys get hurt. This is pathetic, man.
It's just kind of hurtful to have this be the first video about humans. When we try this.
Okay, so min-maxed one-shot questers. I should probably go a little bit more in-depth on who these people are. Min-maxed, I think I've already pretty much covered it. They are a bunch of martial artists coming together for a D&D game held in Texas. The effort is being led by Sellsword Arts, a massive short-form content creator who you might also recognize from the Shadiversity drama. Seriously, this poor guy just keeps on getting dragged in drama against his will, and I feel so bad for them. Anyway, with that being said, Min-Max raised a lot of money on their GoFundMe and invested that money into creating their show. Pretty simple premise. Now, one-shot questers.
I do feel bad for that,
One-shot
dude.
questers rode the pandemic high of Dungeons & Dragons in the early 2020s and grew their channel exponentially using short-form content. However, the channel has had a really, how do I put this, wild ride over the past couple years. For starters, Duke has rebranded one-shot questers numerous times. One-shot questers, one-shot quips, one-shot campaigns. At one point, he rebranded an entire channel just focused on a single joke about this evil king character, which, like, it was funny, like, the first, I don't know, 3 times, then after that, kinda got a bit stale. And yeah, splitting your channel into multiple different channels like this also didn't go great for him. Splitting your channel in general is usually a good idea, but Duke had this habit of deleting videos that already existed on his YouTube channel, resulted...
Yeah, it normally is a good idea if you're making a group channel or, I don't know, separate channel for streaming in case you don't actually want to use the same channel for it. Yeah, I feel like this was done for a really stupid reason. What am I drawing? I'm drawing Vgen's character mascot genie for a contest. The winners apparently gets a code, and I kind of want to be verified on there. And I really want to excuse to draw fan art again. Don't want to just do that for solely for Art Fight Week.
In massive cratered viewership for his main YouTube channel. TLDR, things were not going well views-wise, and that trend has continued up until now. Duke has also made some of the most just wild business decisions, especially off of his original high. Like, for example, he tried to start an entire streaming service and dumped a ton of money into it.
So we tried to do the streaming platform because I was really into Quarter Crew, really into Dropout, and I was like, I think we could do well with the streaming service. And so I put in way too many hours, way too much money into that streaming service to ultimately just scrap it in April, 4 months, and only have, I think we had like 26 active viewers over there, but we weren't getting like many views.
Well, still lasted longer than High Guard at least.
Users. 20. Dude thought he could be like the next Dropout TV. What, by himself? Well, he wasn't quite by himself. Duke had a team. If that past tense seems ominous, that's because it is. Duke had to, I don't know if laid off is the right word because I have no idea if they were formally employed, but he had to let go of his team. And the way he announced it was just so random. He made a community post where he announced he was stepping away from Dungeons & Dragons content, which is going to be so ironic as we get into the rest of the story. But in the middle of this post where he's talking about how he wants to leave
firing
D&D
like a real CEO right there.
D&D, and he feels like people don't give him opportunities in the D&D space. Just in the middle of this whiny post saying that he wants to move on and do general fantasy stuff, he just kind of randomly says that, yeah, the team's gone now. To wrap all this up, I'm back where I was in 2020 through 2022.
I wonder why.
Running this channel by myself. No editors, no extra on-screen talent. Just me. Wow, Duke, that's a very inspirational way to tell folks that a bunch of people are now out of work, I guess. But yeah, that's Duke from One Shot Questers. If you're wondering, Crispy, how do you know about all this? I mean, if you try to search for the One Shot Questers streaming service, you find nothing at all. He scrubbed that from the internet thoroughly and only existed for 4 months anyway. Well, the reason why I know about his business failings and his lost collaborators is because I used to be one of Duke's collaborators. And behind that,
personal beef.
A reason we're gonna get to later. Just hold on to it. Anyway, look, the board is set. You understand who MinMax are? Martial arts creators running a D&D podcast. You understand who Duke is? Skitch channel with almost 1 million subscribers. Okay. So Duke releases this video within 24 hours of the first episode of MinMax. Like seriously, MinMax goes up, people barely have time to watch it, and already we have a guy calling the show pathetic. And he actually goes much, much further than that. Duke alleges some very serious stuff against the producers of MinMax. He believes they are mismanaging the funds of the viewers.
This is not an attack to stop the production of MinMax. This is a call out on mishandling supporters' hard-earned funds of over $100,000.
I'm actually going to do something a bit weird here. I'm going to show you his conclusion first because I really want you to understand where we're going before we get into Duke's ironclad evidence. What does Duke say about the MinMax team?
15% of the donated money was used to create a product that anyone can do on a live streaming service with zero point of view fan support. There's no excuse. You guys just wanted to get the series out because there was hype around it, and you guys wanted to get those views and that of seeing people take advantage of this group and look at this group like, oh, they're just willing to throw money at everything. Max does better. I really do. I want their future episodes to do well. But what they delivered is pathetic.
They are exploiting the community, taking advantage of vulnerable people like gamers, the most suppressed minority. He ends the video by calling their production pathetic while tears flow down from his face. I mean, this has gotta be some really, really serious stuff, right? This week's videos are sponsored by World Anvil, the ultimate all-one software for tabletop gamers, fantasy novels, and anyone who loves world building. As a dungeon master, my favorite part of running tabletop games is creating my own world, but it can get really disorganized, and the more you world build, the worse the problem gets. World Anvil, though, makes that problem go away ASAP by giving you tons of hassle-free tools. You can even create your own wikis for your world with incredible maps that help me to navigate my sprawling landscapes. But that's just the start. Many of the organization features in World Anvil are incredibly accessible. This was a big deal for me as somebody who is not great at web design. You don't need to know how to program your own website to use World Anvil. All you need to bring to the table is your creativity and your passion. World Anvil will just help you organize it. If you guys are interested, then you can head down to the description down below or the pinned comments where you click the link and use my code CRISPY so you can get 51% off any yearly subscription. Thank you so much to World Anvil for sponsoring today's episode. As always, supporting our sponsors does support us. And without further ado, back to the video. Okay, so just off rip, he's already gotten something pretty wrong. He targets the producers of MinMax. He said he's not trying to attack the content creators who are behind this, which first, I think is a sissy move considering, I mean, dude, you're calling the show the content creators are in pathetic. It doesn't matter if you're trying to cover the invisible suits that are pulling the strings behind the scenes. If you call their show pathetic, you are implicating them. You are pulling them into it. But anyway, that argument doesn't even matter because there are no invisible suits controlling MinMax. The content creators of the show are the producers of the show.
He talks about he has no hate to the creators and is mostly about the producers, but again, there was no producers. David and Megan did this entire thing basically on their own.
We had a lot of help from the other creators when it came to like ideas for the campaign and stuff, but logistics were mostly handled by us, and it hurts.
Okay, so that clip comes from Sellsword Arts and their response to Duke's video. Obviously, like, chronologically or whatever. That video comes later in the timeline, but I'm going to be using it now to give some context to the crazy stuff Duke says in this video. So remember, again, in his conclusion, he says that they are pathetic, they're self-serving, they're exploiting the community, all that. So, what is the first piece of evidence to showcase how dastardly the people behind MinMax are? Well, okay, here we go.
So this first slide is their layout. $100,000. And there is 52% dead space on your screen if you're watching this video. There's 80% of dead space without the VTT on.
This looks like a basic streamer layout. What the fuck is this dude's deal?
On screen. You don't believe me? Here it is.
What?
TT on screen. You don't believe me? Here it is.
What? My guy! What is your point here?
The camera is too zoomed out for your taste? Seriously? And I want to make it clear, this isn't like a little thing. He goes on about the camera and the set for like a while.
And why these creators, the creators that people wanted to see play together are so little. There is no excuse for that. And it's crazier when we get into more of this, how much this backdrop feels, or this set, feels more of a priority than the actual game itself.
Guy.
It doesn't just go on for a while. He actually moves on to other stuff, and then he's still so mad about the camera zoom and the set that he goes back to talk about it more.
But guess what? If the set is more important than the actual piece of content, let's go back, shall we? Remember these creators, the creators that you guys wanted to see? Here they are. Here's all the dead space. There's more background and...
Also, please don't miss the fact that that little clip exposes that all of the time and research Duke put into this video went into a freaking PowerPoint presentation. I mean, I prepare a whole media package filled with receipts that I gather over the course of days, weeks, sometimes
that shit couldn't even work as a red line.
Thousands of words written in a script and notes ready to go, so I'm ready to present this information in a consumable way. I could have just been making a PowerPoint presentation the whole time and like winging it. I'm missing out. But seriously, the set is something he's really upset about because he thinks it is unnecessary, that they spent too much money on making the set that is seemingly more important than the creators. I don't know. The set looks cool.
The set is incredibly immersive. It's so beautiful and detailed. And I don't think that we would have given as good of a performance if we didn't have this immersive, beautiful set. A little back screen isn't gonna feel the same.
He wants them to use flat backdrops instead, which, I mean, I can say from experience, flat backdrops just don't look as good. I know flat backdrops don't look as good, Duke, because I've seen your videos. Ooh. That green screen glitching. Delicious. To be clear, it's fine if you have low quality green screen tech in your videos. I have low quality green screen tech in my videos. However, if you're gonna throw stones like this, just make sure you're not in a glass house. Look, the theme of spending too much money is going to be a continuing thing throughout this entire video.
So if it's just recording gear, that is very much not justified. That is an outrageous number for
the type of quality that people got with what they bought.
Anyway, cheaping out on stuff is going to be a running theme. Duke both wants the show to be better, but also wants the show to be cheaper, not understanding that those two things cannot exist in the same brain at once, dude. You have to pick one. But anyway, the next thing he wants to cheap out on is something that has nothing to do with the actual production. He wants to get a cheaper logo?
I do not agree with that pricing with the logo design. I feel like they overpaid. I don't feel like they did their due diligence with finding someone who would do better with logo. I do not feel like that's a justified number.
Okay,
What do you mean the logo doesn't look good?
Who would do better with logo? I do not feel like that's a justified number.
I am so glad I never watched this video.
I wouldn't spend $800 on a logo, but I understand how it would get to that price. I mean, you have to pay somebody hourly in order for them to draw this for you, and that could add up quickly, especially if you want to do multiple iterations. And also, you have to pay them for the commercial rights so you could put it on merch and stuff. That's not cheap either, so I completely understand how we get to $800. Now, you might be wondering, what's Duke's qualification for critiquing the price of this logo? Why is he going after the logo so specifically anyway? Well, it's because Duke himself is a professional graphic designer who worked for one single year.
I'm pressing X as much as I can.
I have made designs for other people, and not once, I don't know how much it's changed since I worked there to now, but not once did I ever get close to an $861 fee for creating a logo.
Duke, how do I say this in a nice way? Have you ever considered that your work is cheaper than this artist's because they're better than you? Did that thought just never enter your head at all? His solution to the logo problem is utterly unhinged because he wants to just use a royalty-free picture. I mean, Duke, that's the kind of thing that I did when I was a child who freshly started this YouTube channel. What are you talking about? Next section is a bit bigger. This one is about the tech. Duke is really upset they spent so much money on tech to record this show that needs tech to function. Again, doesn't really make much sense that he wants the show to be higher quality, but also cheaper, especially in this field. But MinMax, in their response video, dismantles this entire section with just 1 point.
Sellsword Arts already owned all of those Osmos. We didn't buy any Osmos for MinMaxed. What we bought was some DJI Action Cam 6s. We had 2 cameras, but we had to buy 2 more that were gonna work in this specific setup. And we bought those. When we got to production, they didn't end up working. So instead, we used our tech team's other Osmos and a webcam that they had. So in fact, MinMax didn't spend any money on camera equipment, and we were able to return the stuff that we had bought.
Duke, they didn't buy the tech. It was mostly stuff they already owned, which makes sense. If you know anything about recording equipment, even just home recording equipment, yeah, this amount of money is really, really low for the gear that they were using. This is just to buy supplementary stuff. But Duke sees it as the opposite. This amount of money was actually far too much, and they could have saved hundreds, if not thousands of dollars by cutting corners and getting worse gear. Which, again, very contradictory. You want the show to be better, but you also want it to be cheaper. It doesn't make any sense, especially in this particular section. But going through the individual points that Duke makes about the tech, you really expose how little he understands about anything. For starters, the cameras. Duke says they should replace their cameras with Logitech C920s. Duke, you mean this Logitech C920? This, like, Zoom meeting during the pandemic Logitech C920? Like, no hate against this camera. It's a great budget camera, but that's what it's for. It's for, like, people who want to have board meetings in their house. This is not professional-grade film equipment. What the hell are you talking about? Duke also goes on a
used the
long
freaking
rant about
Logitech
the
for my
tablets.
VTuber avatar.
In this video of the breakdown, they said they were going to be able to look at the tab, like us as viewers, we were going to be able to see the tablets in real time. We were going to be able to see the players work with these tablets in real time. You didn't see any of that.
Duke, the tablet view that you're saying doesn't exist? The tablet view that wasn't implemented? Can we rewind back to when Duke was complaining about the camera zoom? Yeah, you see that giant screen right there? That's the tablet view, you idiot! How do you think they're controlling the characters on that screen? What, do you think they're using magic? They're using the tablets! Oh my god, I'm crashing out! Is this guy stupid? Finally, the audio. Duke says that they should only spend $900 on audio. To mic up 7 people? Wow, that's ambitious. But the specific mic...
Invested in 7 pod mics, which cost around $80, $90 each. You get 7 XLR cables and a decent 8-channel audio interface, all bought on Amazon. It would have delivered better audio quality and would have cost them $500 less.
Which is a great budget microphone. I love that thing. But it also costs almost $100 each, and Duke wants to buy 7 of them. Duke, your $900 budget for audio is already almost completely blown out by just the microphones. Then he wants 7 XLR cables. Sounds like a nightmare for cable management, but sure, okay, 7 of those, $70 if you want them to be long enough. Finally, he wants an 8-input audio interface. To get a decent one, you have to go to Tascam. Even used, those things cost almost $400. We're well past Duke's arbitrary $900 budget, but screw it. Let's just dig this hole deeper, because Duke also wants 7 boom arms. Okay, at their cheapest, boom arms are $20. We're already past the budget, so we might as well go all out. If you want a decent boom arm that doesn't creak and drive you insane, that's $100 each. So, yeah, Duke. Because, yeah, miking up 7 people is expensive. I'm impressed that they were able to do this at all on a budget of $1,400. My setup, for me alone, 2 mics, my audio interface, all my cables and such, it's almost $1,400.
I genuinely never used it.
Myself. But Duke knows that. Duke understands.
I don't think I need to explain why.
Because that is sitting in front of him. Ladies and gentlemen, I know what mic that is. That is the Shure M7DB. You can see the Shure logo on the side, and here's a comparison photo if you want to know exactly what this mic looks like. This is a microphone that costs $550. If you're gonna nitpick the budgets of other creators and call them out for wasting money, can you at least not do it into one of the most overpriced pieces of gear in the industry? This guy. Okay, the most frustrating thing about Duke's whole video, you might have noticed, is that he's not talking about anything that's serious. Again, these people are pathetic. They're exploiting their community, blah, 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 blah. All you're talking about is gear that you don't like and a camera zoom you disagree with. How is this pathetic? You getting this uppity about it is pathetic, Duke. But if there's no moral issue with the show, don't worry. Duke is happy to just fabricate it. Because in Duke's mind, if you make a creative or financial decision that he just kind of disagrees with, you are committing, like, a sin.
The set, the gaming table, the venue, the logo, the tablets, the cam recorders, the mics, the sounds, the lighting, $10,000, almost $11,000 of people's donated money served nothing.
This is just such a stupid position. Duke, I hate the microphone that you're using. I think the Shure is a completely unnecessary piece of tech that way too many YouTubers use just because it's popular. That is my opinion. I'm not gonna go on your YouTube channel and say, oh my god, Duke, you waste your Patreon's money.
I actually use a toner myself.
It's stupid. We disagree about microphones. Who cares?
I just buy whatever microphone's
what's
cheaper.
What's so annoying here is that this
basically
claim
just make it seem like I'm using a
borderline
professional
defamation.
mic.
$698 was for self-service and bad financial decisions.
Duke?
Borderline? That actually is defamation. That is actual defamation right there. If he has no evidence, that is literally libel. Fucking hell, man.
Is saying that all the money that he believes they are wasting is money that was spent self Servingly? Duke, do you know what that means? Like words in the English language do have definitions. You want me to show you the definition of that? In the aftermath of this video was released, we're going to talk about it later, but a little spoiler is that many people were calling out that this doesn't really seem like a scam, dude. Even people who generally agreed with his points about the quality of the show. And in response, Duke would say, oh, well, I never called them scammers, did I? Okay, if you're not calling them scammers, then what the fuck are you saying with this, dude? But it gets even dumber because, okay, throughout this entire section about their budget, he's complaining that they spent too much money, that they should have saved money. But in this next section of his video, he's complaining that they saved too much money?
To deliver a below average production for season 1 and are holding almost $50,000 of your donations for a just-in-case season 2 rather than using it all to make the best freaking productions with a talented group of individuals for season 1, which was the whole reason for their GoFundMe.
If you need more context as to what he's talking about, Duke is upset because they raised $100,000, but they really only needed like $20,000 in order to make the first season happen. So after paying for taxes and paying for fees, they took the rest of the money and saved it for future seasons, which I think is really smart. Duke disagrees. See, he accuses MinMax of holding this money in suspicious manner because what if season 2 doesn't happen? Season 2 is just a what if. What if your show fails? Then what are you gonna do with the money? You gonna run away with it to Colombia or something? No, Duke. You got it completely backwards.
Number one, we didn't want to throw all of this money at season 1. We can't tell a good enough story in that amount of time.
By holding back the money that we did, we guarantee future seasons. And I know in the video he kind of claims that it's only if season 1 does well, but that's not the case. We held it back in case season 1 doesn't do well. We are guaranteed another season, and I think another season after that.
Yeah, for anyone with more than 2 brain cells bouncing around their head, that would be obvious. But Duke hinges so much of his argument that this is suspicious on the idea that the show is going to fail, which again, by this point, when this video released, the episode was out for like hours, man. You're calling that the show is just dead on arrival? It got 750,000 views. That's really solid for any sort of premiere. Look, I have no idea what the lifespan of MinMax could be. It might be a few months, might be a year, might be years, plural, who knows. But the point is that it's so early to be making any sort of judgment calls for success or for failure. But Duke is confident that this show isn't going to work out because they're uploading on a bi-weekly schedule.
Around 12 to 14 episodes airing every other week for about 6 months. Do you guys not know how YouTube works? Like, no! If people are hyped for this, man,
clearly
you want to get
don't.
those videos out. You're gonna lose so much traction by doing this.
Okay, dude. Seriously? Duke, I need you to understand that all these creators are more successful than you are. Many of them have more subscribers than you. They get more views than you. I think you should be asking yourself if you know how YouTube works, considering that after you split your channel into 3, your views cratered. I don't know if you do. Oh, man. All this is pretty bad. But it gets even worse when you consider the circumstances that MinMax was operating under. Okay, so Duke makes all these claims without talking to MinMax, which, look, I don't reach out to everybody I make fun of on Critical Failure. Seriously, do you want to sit in a Discord call with Lily Orchard? Because I know my answer to that question. But I do make sure that I have all my facts straight. For a story that is this close, you probably don't have any source but MinMax. So it would have been good to get some information about the production schedule. And yeah, had Duke done that, he would have understood that this video is just exponentially stupid besides all the stuff we've already talked about. For starters, and this is the biggest thing, this actually shocked me, MinMax have not been paid. None of the creators made money from the GoFundMe. They're making money from the ad revenue alone.
And lastly, none of the creators have been paid out of that GoFundMe.
No, all of that money is going back to the season.
So this is definitely not a cash grab. None of the creators have even been paid for this yet.
No.
They also explained that the cast of MinMax have these weird things called, you know, lives and jobs. So taking time away from
not everyone
their
makes
own
money off of
channels,
YouTube.
from their real life jobs, from their dojos that apparently one of them runs. Yeah, that's a big deal. They can't afford more than a single weekend. Duke complains about the show feeling extremely rushed. They rushed through everything. Well,
Oh, hey,
they
Alex.
didn't.
I'm currently watching Crispy break down one-shot questers, who apparently is devolving into a lol cow. As for what I'm drawing the character Jenny from Vgen, since they were having a contest in exchange for a code for the selling there. Kind of want to be verified on Vgen, so I'd try my hand at it. Nah, those stories have already been told.
For starters, they planned this for months, but also they had to move through filming quickly because they had things to get back to, though I suppose that's apparently something Duke is unfamiliar with.
Jack has a full schedule of performances that he does. Blumenek not only has another job, he has a family to take care of, and Ben runs a dojo, has a job, and is a content creator. No one has weeks just to dedicate to something that might not make them any money.
They had to set this tape months in advance in order to make it happen. I mean, scheduling is rough. You're a D&D YouTuber, Duke. You should understand that more than anyone. But on top of all that, it's a miracle the show was even recorded because, again, they set this date out months in advance. Then months pass, they get to the date, and all of a sudden, a historic snowstorm hits the United States of America. If you're unaware, the US got hit by a massive snowstorm that just coated the bottom half of the country, which is where the state of Texas is, which is where this whole thing was filmed. So the roads were iced over. Any technical difficulties they faced, they couldn't just like go out to their local Walmart to purchase replacement parts.
Happened in the middle of the ice storm. I think there was some confusion about when the ice storm was. The ice storm made the roads impassable about 3 or 4 days, and that was exactly when we were filming. We did not have an opportunity to leave except to go to the little hotel.
Plus, even if there was the opportunity to, all of our filming equipment was being used for Minmax, so our studio didn't have any of that.
We had to gut our studio to make sure Minmax had enough stuff without buying too much.
It would have basically been a dark box.
Another bit of context that they added, though they really didn't have to, considering, I mean, I was there for the GoFundMe. I saw this happen. They add the context that they turned off the donation button. Once again, they did not want $100,000, but that's what they got, so they may as well use it. Duke is really upset about this. Like, he ranted about it in comment after comment, and even pinned a comment talking about how they dared to keep the donation button open for 4 whole days. Duke, it was a holiday weekend. They were, like, spending time with their family. Being with family while thousands of dollars being flooded into a project you are creating isn't a good excuse for not handling it sooner. You're telling me they couldn't take 1 minute out of their time with their family or whatever to hit the pause button on the GoFundMe? I pity your daughter. The next point actually kind of gaslighted me. You see, when I watched Duke's videos, he harped on about another thing that was promised in the GoFundMe, that these martial arts creators would film live action fight scenes for the camera.
In their other Q&A, they say, will there be any live action scenes? Yes, but not for season 1. Not for the season that people donated for. In future sessions, we will have some live action highlights of cool moments, and we may revisit some in the best moments for season 1. They may! They're not even promising you that you're getting what you donated for season 1.
Now, I bought into this. I mean, I assumed that kind of thing was going to happen because these people all do fight choreography stuff. So, it makes sense they'd recreate these moves in real life. But obviously there was a massive snowstorm, so I completely understood why those scenes weren't going to be present for season 1. However, in the Min-Max response video, they explained that that's not true. They never promised live action scenes at all.
What?
It could be disappointing.
It's important to note that that's not one of the promises that we made because we knew we couldn't deliver that in season 1.
Oh my god, I thought I was a smart guy, but yeah, no, Duke got me. You gaslighted me wholly and fully, my guy. Congratulations. Yeah, this promise was never made, though they are promising to do it for season 2, something that Duke was, once again, very, very upset about.
No! You freaking do that because that's what you guys promised what we were going to experience.
Now, last up, and this is a point that I've basically already said, but this whole show is produced and edited by 2 people on the cast, Megan and David. And the way they talk about their response to this whole situation, how it's affected them.
He says he's trying to look out for the D&D community, and that says to me that he's not welcoming me into the D&D community, that I'm somehow an outside threat to it.
And to get this kind of feedback only 24 hours after we put out episode 1 really hurts.
Unlike Duke, they keep their emotions in check, they stay professional, but it's clear that this really hurt them, and no wonder. I mean, somebody made a video about my own D&D podcast, The 10th Tomb, where they ripped me apart. They called me a god-awful DM, the kind of person who's ruining the community. They masked it as constructive criticism, just like Duke did, and they ripped into everything I did for 2 hours. It sucked. Every single word I said was a problem for them, down to me saying roll initiative. I'm not gonna lie, guys, when I saw that video, I was furious. I was so mad. It only got like 1,000 views. This person who made fun of my D&D podcast was a nobody who no one cared about. But it still infuriated me that he'd have the balls to say that about this show that I put so much work and passion into. Yeah, it wasn't perfect, but I and my fans loved it. Could you imagine, though, if for your first ever D&D podcast, like within hours, somebody posts a video that doesn't get 1,000 views, it gets 100,000, and people are calling you a scammer who took money from your fans, who delivered a pathetic product? Yeah, that would suck. Duke, at the beginning of his video, frames himself as a nice guy.
Because I've always been a nice guy.
A wise man doesn't say he's wise,
as
Duke.
a nice guy within this community, within creators.
Duke, you're not a nice guy. You're an asshole, just like me. You're just, a hell of a lot dumber than I am. Now, I've pretty much compared myself to Duke, so I might as well talk about my experience with the guy.
That's not be good.
My experience with Duke is genuinely that he is a nice guy. When I brought him on my podcast, and there's 2 episodes, he was friendly and cordial, and I enjoyed my time working with him. Though there were some things that made me raise my eyebrows. Like, for example, on the 2nd episode of my podcast, he promoted an event that, I didn't have a problem with the event necessarily, but I did have beef with the venue. The event that he was promoting was called The Convergence, held at Evermore Park.
I went to this thing called the Convergence. Probably heard a lot
at
of
Evermore Park, baby. Is that where it is?
Yeah. So went to the Convergence. I was one of the DMs there. This was an event hosted by Quincy's Tavern. We were at Evermore Park in Utah, where a bunch of fans got to come and play D&D with their favorite D&D creators. It was so much fun.
Wow, Evermore Park. Duke connecting himself to failed businesses is not a new phenomenon, apparently. But the Convergence, if you watch Duke's original video, the name Convergence might be familiar. You see, while he said a bunch of really nice things about the Convergence in my video, in his video about min-maxed, he, for some reason, references it as like this horrible thing.
The Convergence? Yeah, that event that was hosted back in 2022 by some of the most biggest
so he's a
TikTok creators
contrarian
back
then.
then, the D&D space. Some that are very like, oh, we're wholesome and we love you guys. You really want to know what they said about you guys behind the scenes? You really want to know how they viewed you?
Were you promoting a suspicious event on my podcast, Duke? You putting that on my name? I don't appreciate that, man. But besides that one thing, he also had a habit of being really bitter about his lack of opportunities in the D&D space. This was a big thing during his post where he's walking away from the D&D community. He specifically cites other creators being invited to events and getting free products as a reason why he wants to walk away, because he never gets any of those things, which is hilarious because Wizard of the Coast sends me free D&D books. D&D books I haven't even talked about once. I don't know, maybe I'm like their tsundere or something. Who knows why Duke didn't get them, but it was something that really, really annoyed him. And it was something that rubbed me the wrong way because, I don't know, man, being that jealous of your fellow content creators is just, it just comes off as, for lack of a better word, cringe. But all these little problems are not the reason I stepped away from working with Duke. I stepped away from working with Duke because of a show called Tabletop News.
Everyone's more successful than me, and that sucks.
I have no evidence that this happened. I don't have any recordings. I have nothing. I tried to find the archive of him saying this, and I just could not dig it up. Now, based on my standards of evidence, you shouldn't listen to what I have to say here. All I have is my testimony, but I hope that my past work has given me some credibility in this space, and I hope that you guys will listen to what I have to say here. So, Michelle Young Bradley is also a person I had on my podcast, and she ran a Kickstarter for a tabletop news show called Tabletop News, where she would talk about tabletop news. I know, this is really groundbreaking stuff, but the Kickstarter was pretty successful. It raised $120,000, and Michelle and her co-host went on to fully put the show out there on the internet. They interviewed people from Critical Role, Dimension 20, Dropout TV in general were pitching in cast members. They also had the Baldur's Gate 3 cast on their show, and they were tuned in to every little piece of news that happened in the tabletop space. It was high production and really well done, but unfortunately, that kind of thing, it's not cheap. And after about a year of running the show, from April to December, Michelle had to pull the plug and announce that she was canceling Tabletop News to the backers. She tried to get more sponsors, but it just didn't work out. The viewership just wasn't there. And yeah, that sucks. However, Duke looked at the situation, he went onto his channel and claimed that Michelle Young Bradley was screwing over her audience, that she was running away from them, that they were being left with nothing. And again, I have no evidence of this, but does that seem familiar to you? Yeah, what he did to Min-Max is not the first time it happened. He did it to Michelle too for no damn reason. Like, I understand the frustration that this show was canceled, but it's not like she was running away with the money, asshole. Alright, she spent the money. The money was spent, it's used up. Like, do you know how this works? She couldn't get funding for the show. What do you want her to do? Bankrupt herself to keep this thing going? It rubbed me the wrong way. And I understood at the time that it's frustrating when a project like this falls through. So I didn't like publicly call Duke out. But I don't know. I didn't want to have him on my show anymore. However, even with all those problems, I thought I owed it to Duke when this min-max thing broke. When he published this video, I watched it within hours, and I immediately concluded, yeah, this video is just bad. It was a bad idea, and you shouldn't have made it. I understand some of your frustrations with the production value, but it was a bad video, and you should probably issue an apology before it's too late. So I sent him a DM over Discord. I thought I owed it to him to not take this public. I wanted to keep it between us. I gave him essentially the spark notes of this video, talked about how the tone was mismatched, how he didn't have a lot of evidence, how much of his evidence was speculation, and Duke responded with this. I appreciate your feedback, I truly do. I do want to say that this wasn't something that was rushed, though. I worked on this for 6 hours yesterday researching and getting this prepared. 2 more hours today, too. The way it looks is because I did it on stream, otherwise I wouldn't be able to get my points across like I would have liked to. Does it seem like I made the same mistakes that they did with rushing because that works best for me on how I deliver things? Yeah, it does. And I have been owning to that in my comments and by editing the video. I don't know where most of my stuff is speculation. What I provided is evidence of things they have personally said in videos and in comments. Again, I really do appreciate your worry, criticism, and warnings. Worry? Dude, I don't care about you. I wasn't worried. I'm just telling you what it is. I'm telling you made a bad video. It's not worry. It's just a fact. But I responded to that, in my opinion, accordingly. Because Duke thinks he's deflecting my criticism by saying that he did a single afternoon of research for this video. Hey, Duke. I can tell. We all can tell. Duke, period. 8 hours of research is nothing, period. The fact that you think a single afternoon of research is worthy of a full expose is not countering anything that I said. In addition, because of how poorly you handled this initial video, your viewers, and more importantly the viewers of MinMax, have no reason to believe you. Who will trust you did your due diligence this time? How have you verified your sources? My 2026 has been good to me. It's been good to me because viewers appreciate due diligence and proper journalism. I hope you understand that before putting out your next video. For context, Duke was telling me he had a bunch of behind-the-scenes sources spilling the tea on MinMax and exposing how irresponsibly they are handling this money, that it makes them look horrible. And I told him, dude, it's not gonna matter. You can have all the sources in the world, but if you screw up the first time, people aren't going to believe you the second time. Again, Duke didn't appreciate any of this. I'm sorry that you feel that way.
Yeah, why don't you ask the
Duke? Genuinely,
people who
you can go fuck. I unfortunately will have to step away from communication for a bit. Because this is the exact kind of experience I would face, and the reason I've been scared to speak out for 6 years. I'm sorry the way I premiered my information wasn't to your standards. Now you would have liked my content to be presented as, I am still open to your criticism and feedback and will take your words. He then immediately blocked me. He immediately blocked me. He said, I will accept your criticism, and then without hesitation, blocked me within the same second. Congratulations, Duke. After 6 years of making the same 5 horny bar jokes over and over and over again, you finally did it. You finally made me laugh.
Not in the way you wanted it, though.
Okay. I warned him. I told him what would happen. I told him that nobody would trust him. I told him this would blow up in his face, and look what happened. I was right. What a burden being right all the time. Even the second he published his video, when it was just with his subscribers, there were a lot of people who were pointing out that this video seemed just like woefully misplaced. The gall it takes to call out random internet people for not doing research when you, an experienced creator, didn't do proper research. Just wow, only adding to the bad faith interpretation of this garbage you call a video. You gonna cry some more? Yeah, I will cry some more. Dude, what are you doing? This video does not make you out to be a nice guy, rather a petty, whiny, and miserable man, hamming up his emotions in order to garner increased engagement and thus money. Pretty poor showing, dude. Pretty disappointing. As a Christian who is still practicing in it, Jesus also called out people when they needed to be called out. Are you comparing MinMax to the Pharisees and yourself to Jesus there, dude?
Spoken like a real preacher.
Absolutely hilarious crash out, but you do you. Man, you know, as a fellow religious person, I'm not going to argue with the big man upstairs, but Duke, I really don't think you need to drag him into this one, all right? Yeah, this comment crash out only got worse when MinMax put out their response video. Duke immediately deleted the entire comment section, scrubbed that dry. But he changed his mind a little bit later. He would return the comment section, but this time the comments were all disabled. You can no longer comment anything new on the video. But when people told him that that was, you know, a pussy move, he decided to then reopen the comment section yet again, which, you know, I gotta respect being able to take a sock in the face like that because, whew, people were brutal. However, it does seem he opened this comment section for more than one reason. One, humiliation fetish, but the real reason. I think this is the bigger reason. 1, he wanted to respond to one specific claim in their video, and 2, he wanted to give an update for how he is handling communication with MinMax. Okay, so the first big update is that MinMax claimed in their video that Duke had actually reached out to them previously for a collaboration. It's just that Duke ghosted them when they said yes, which seems like a really weird thing, especially since it establishes that Duke had communication with these guys.
This because we want you to watch it. We want you to feel comfortable. And to this person, I want to ask, why didn't you reach out to us? Because we actually have had communication with this person before. They reached out to us and asked if we would collaborate with them months ago, and we said yes. We went back and forth, and they kind of didn't respond, and we let it go. In fact, he also has contacted Blumenek before in a Discord. He has ways that he could have reached out to us. We didn't hear anything. We didn't hear anything until it was this video basically attacking everything that we tried to do.
Now, in his pinned comment, Duke claims that the reason he ghosted them, there's a reason, is because he had a talent manager. It's the talent manager's fault. Duke, I'm here to call you a freaking liar. This is the email provided to me directly from Sellsword Arts. Hello, Sellsword Arts. My name is Duke, and I own the social media channel One Shot Questers. To jump right in, I'm creating a series on my YouTube channel called Jack of All Trades, where my bard character journeys to learn new chapters, techniques, and trading, so that he can be the first real-life bard who's actually a jack of all trades. One of the main skills a bard needs to learn is fighting. My subscribers inform me that you are based in Dallas, while I live in Fort Worth. He signs it off as Duke. Now, you're probably thinking, well, maybe it's just the talent manager impersonating Duke. Dude, say that out loud again and realize how insane that is. No talent manager does this. I know this because unlike Duke, I still have my talent manager. He does not impersonate me. He identifies himself as himself and says, I work with Crispy's Tavern. Duke, while I can't confirm that you wrote this email, it sure looks like it given that you said that it's you. My God. Why would he lie about this? But it actually gets more wild because down the line in this pinned comment, Duke explains that he sent an email to MinMax and they haven't yet responded to him even after 6 hours. I don't know what the hell he's trying to say with that, but what's in this email he sent to MinMax? It's his job application. I'm putting this out there. If any of you would like to see what I'm offering for helping to produce MinMax, here is a link detailing my ideas. Link below is yet another PowerPoint presentation. This guy's got one move and he's going to use it, damn it. But yeah, this PowerPoint presentation has Duke's ideas for improving MinMax. They are all the most just generalist, Gary V-ass, useless advice for making the show better. Like, base it off Viva La Dirt, base it off Dimension 20.
Yeah, I gotta read this. It's like, this shit really is useless. Bullshit I could have figured out, and I'm fucking stupid.
He volunteers some ridiculous things in the slideshow, though. Like, he volunteers that they should use his studio instead of the studio that, you know, they specially built for the show. Duke, they don't want to use your studio. They want to use their own. It looks better, to say the least. But even more crazy than that, he says there's 2 bedrooms in his house that the MinMax crew can sleep in. Bro, you want them to sleep in your place after you borderline slandered them? Interesting move, bro. Let's see how it goes. Next up, he talks about the shooting schedule for MinMax. He wants to shoot the entire show, the entire D&D campaign. He wants to block shoot it all in one day, a 12 to 14-hour filming session. Bro, I want to die after 3-hour filming sessions. 12 to 14 sounds exhausting, but worse than that, all of the martial arts choreography stuff, he also wants to do all the choreography and then all the shooting directly the
North Africa campaign in a week.
Like an absolute nightmare, blocking it all out and doing all the shooting for 3 continuous non-stop days of filming. Ugh, especially since martial arts are athletically draining. This is just a presentation that shows once again that Duke doesn't know what he's fucking talking about. This guy's driving me nuts. The last point is Duke saying straight up what he would do if he was in complete control of MinMaxed. What I would do right now if asked to help with MinMaxed. 1. Stop all production on already filmed season 1 and start over. Yes, that's a lot to ask, and yes, it would suck. We would learn from what went well and what didn't work. what problems we face, and put all that info and energy into starting over Season 1. 2. Make your planned Season 2 schedule be the new Season 1. Hit the ground running. Also, if fans want to see the original season, then it could be a good incentive to post on a Patreon for free during... You want to be a Patreon? He went on such a long rant about how they're wasting money. And he wants them to start over the entire season. Also, you really want to work for these guys after you made that hit piece? Really? This was a job application for you? Look.
I take it he doesn't have a job.
MinMax did not accept his application. They said his values don't align with theirs. I'm gonna be a little bit more honest and say that you shouldn't hire Duke because he's a talentless hack that doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Also, he spelled the name of the company wrong, so just you know, write that down for starters.
Minor spelling mistake.
Look, when Duke blocked me, I had something to say to him, and I'm gonna say it here because I think Duke, and I think a lot of people, need to hear this. When I told Duke about research, about integrity, about due diligence, Duke responded by telling me that that was my opinion, that all of those traits in good journalism were a feeling that I had. They were my standards. Duke, integrity does not belong to me. It's not my standard. Integrity is not a feeling. Integrity is not an opinion. Integrity is an obligation.
It's the bare minimum.
It's an imperative. Because without it, nothing that you do matters. Integrity is something that you didn't have when you made this, and I think it's something that you still don't have today. Duke could apologize tomorrow, and I'm sorry, I still wouldn't trust him. Duke claims at the end of his hit piece that he wants to make more of these videos about more people.
I want this to be better. And I'm gonna start creating these videos. Because, man, I got the dirt. Some of you out there, you know who you are. If you try to pull some of that stuff again, you better be ready because I'm calling your ass out. I'm sorry, guys. So that's gonna be it for this.
And Duke, I'm here to tell you
Fucking Christ.
another imperative. That's not gonna happen. It will not happen. It should not happen. Not even it could not happen. No, it will not. You will not make more of these videos. Okay? You're not...
He made more of the videos.
Go back to twerking on your green screen. This was way out of your lane, man. Okay, got a little bit heated at the end there. Let's calm down, Crispy, right? Don't want to end up like Duke. But anyway, if you guys enjoyed this episode, then... screw it. You might enjoy my D&D podcast. It's linked up in the card. The 10th Tomb is one of the coolest things we've done on this channel. I had an absolute banger of a cast with me. Loved every second of it. Not perfect, but I adore this show. Linked up in the cards. But before you go, please do leave the comment. Integrity is imperative to let me know you made it to the end of the video and are loyal to the tavern. Also, leave a like on this one and subscribe to Crispy's Tavern so you don't miss our content when it comes out. And finally, if you want sports directly, head over to our Patreon or buy our merch, stuff like that makes these videos possible. In essence, like, comment, subscribe, support. I'll see you all next time. Farewell.
Well, if you can believe, there's actually a part 2 to this story, so, yeah, let me go and launch that, actually.
Want to hear a story?
Let me... And it ain't over yet. Yep. There's a part 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, want to take a victory lap? I had a whole different video planned for today. I was going to cover the failure of the Neopets TTRPG, but that is being put on hold for now.
Oh,
If
yeah,
you're
that's another
unaware of
video
the
I need to
situation, a couple weeks ago,
react
Duke
to.
Davis, aka One Shot Questers, a talentless hack who's most known for twerking on a green screen and making the same 3 jokes over and over and over again, decided to try something new. He released a nonsensical hit piece about a brand new D&D actual play show called Min-Maxed.
I'm tired of being scared. I'm tired of being hurt. I'm tired of being frustrated. I'm tired of seeing you guys get hurt.
And I'm tired of this dude already.
Pathetic, man.
And yet here we are.
A video where he claimed that they were pathetic producers, frauds who were taking from the D&D community and exploited vulnerable gamers. The video was a very strange watch, overly emotional and filled with very little evidence. Many of Duke's own subscribers
Give us a
immediately
new
clocked that
lolcow,
this
though.
was a really bad upload on Duke's part, and his subscriber count fell the moment it came out. It only got worse, though, when Min-Max themselves came out with an explanation for Duke's misinformation and put Duke squarely in his place.
That he's not welcoming me into the D&D community, that I'm somehow an outside threat to it.
By this point, I smelled the blood in the water. I had talked to both Min-Max and to Duke to get both sides of the story, and yeah, I knew it was happening. I knew that there was a new lolcow being created right in front of me, and this boy needed milking. So I put out a video of my own. I covered the entire situation and provided some context as to my own negative experience with Duke Davis from One Shot Questers. With the release of my video, he lost tens of thousands of subs. Now, you may be wondering to yourself, okay, that sounds like a complete story. I mean, Duke got absolutely annihilated. Subscribers are fleeing in droves. Why in the hell would the story continue? No one's stupid enough to double down on such nonsensical...
I don't know. I've seen plenty of people who do that.
But this doubling down was particularly personal because, I mean, it was personally directed at me. A few days ago, Duke published this video. Dear Crispy, thank you for your advice, and here is my response.
This video is a response to Crispy, since most of the attacks I've been receiving as of late have come from their video, and multiple family members and friends have...
Aw, Duke thinks he has friends. That's cute. And oh, what a response it is. Ladies, gentlemen, and all in between, I'm here to present to you one of the worst YouTuber comebacks of all time. A video that tries so hard to be clever and snarky, but fails with every single claim that Duke makes. A video that completely misunderstands the primary reasons why the community abandoned Duke in the first place. A video that truly cements Duke's place as not but a cow to be milked for content. Oh boy, this is going to be a fun one. Duke, I know that you're an insecure little rat, and I know that you're watching this, so I'm going to address you directly here. You could have just apologized. You could have just moved on, but no. You chose this. Welcome, my friend. The bell tolls on your career. Heaven's half hour is here, Duke. I would tell you to savor it, but we both know that the person that's going to be having fun right now is me. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, what the hell happened?
And Crispy, I am so sorry that I'm upsetting you once again by providing ways to keep production costs low. I am sad.
Is he crying? What the fuck? I didn't realize this guy was gonna start crashing the fuck out. Why?
One Shot Questers is a coward. Other content creators beware, because you know who you are and I'm coming for you, or something like to that degree. And I was like, dude, we've met hundreds of D&D content creators, and you're like one of 2, maybe 3 who suck.
Okay, so I think we should recap exactly what the problem was with Duke's original video, the original hit piece made on Min-Max, because many of Duke's arguments hinge entirely on you forgetting exactly what he said. The biggest problem with Duke's original video is the thumbnail claim that the Min-Max crew are pathetic. In my own content, I call people like white supremacists and sexual exploiters pathetic. Duke uses the word to describe people who he accuses of buying equipment that he doesn't like and spending money in places that he wouldn't. He doesn't really talk about anything all that serious. He views financial decision differences as moral failings, and furthermore claims that his own opinions on how the money should be spent are the objective truth. And by not following those objective truths, the MinMax crew are pathetic. That was the fundamental flaw of his video. Worse than that, many of his accusations against MinMax, especially the ones in relation to how they are financially exploiting the community.
The set, the gaming table, the venue, the logo, the tablets, the camera recorders, the mics, the sounds, the lighting, $10,000, almost $11,000 of people's donated money served nothing for them.
Well, much of that evidence stands on a foundation of sand and vapor. It's mostly speculation. One of the worst examples of this was how he treated their claims of Season 2. Despite the fact that Duke was so mad at them for spending too much money on gear, he also got really mad at them for saving money to ensure a Season 2 would happen. His criticism of this choice hinges entirely on the speculative claim that Season 2 would never happen due to the lack of success on the show. Now, of course, with hindsight, this claim is particularly stupid given that the first episode has breached 1 million views. Yeah, I think they're definitely gonna do Season 2, man, but regardless, those are the main problems with Duke's videos. Keep that in mind. Okay, now it's time to move on to Duke's new video, the one addressed to me. For context, Duke uploaded this around 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. in his local time, which, that is always a really good sign of someone's mental health and the state that they're in when making the video. A late night upload. Clearly he was grinding hard to get this particular piece of slop out. Now, immediately, Duke establishes that this video is going to be different.
Don't worry, I won't be as aggressive as I was in my initial video. I spent more time doing research and gathering my information so I could make a proper response this time.
He put so much more effort into making sure to verify his claims here. Many of his glazers rushed to my comment section to proclaim that Duke won back their trust by not talking like an unhinged psychopath. I mean, good to know you guys are so easily won over. But, I mean, this video is clearly going to be different. He put so much more effort in, and he immediately, upon opening the video, spells my name wrong. Wow. So much more effort. Might want to write this one down in the notes for next time, Duke. Anyway, moving on from his spelling mistake, Duke also in this opening slide claims that he's closing down the comments and engagement to prevent the spread of misinformation. Anyone with above a room temperature IQ was immediately pissed off upon seeing this. It's very obvious the reason why Duke is disabling the comments. It's not to prevent the spread of misinformation. It's because Duke is an insecure little rat and he can't handle criticism. But if you really need proof that this has nothing to do with misinformation, he disabled the engagement too, the likes and dislikes. You can't spread misinformation by disliking a video. Duke just doesn't want to be aware of how many people truly hate him. And Duke, I want you to be completely assured with this. If you think it's a minority of people who absolutely despise you in the aftermath of the MinMax situation, it's not. It's we, not just me. I'm what the community is feeling. But in any case, moving on to Duke's actual claims, he says that he's going to follow along with the claims in my video.
I'm going to follow along with Crispy's video and presents research that I found and only cover the topics I feel like are necessary in regards to min-max in this video.
He then proceeds to skip over the claims in 25% of my video. Now, to be fair to Duke, he did respond to my claims. Technically, he just didn't do it in his YouTube video. He did it in an attached Google Doc in the description. Why Duke did not see fit to include this information in his actual video is really unknown to me, but let's go down to that Google Doc. I'm going to be going through Duke's counter-arguments in chronological order, following along with my original upload. In my original upload, I open with explaining the context behind both Min-Maxed and Duke. During the section where I explained Duke, I also explained his numerous business failings. I did this for a few reasons. One, because I thought it would be funny, and two, because I wanted to show the hypocrisy. Duke is absolutely tearing into Min-Maxed for different decisions when it comes to budgeting and some minor audio errors. These don't really seem like that big of a deal. Meanwhile, Duke has numerous severe business failings that resulted in him letting go of every single one of his collaborators on his channel. Duke's response to this claim is just to say, Crispy, you don't understand. I'm running a business. These things are gonna happen. Letting go of employees, it is what it is. Pathetic. Why has the channel been so everywhere? Honest answer, I wasn't taking care of myself, and it showed in my channel and in my work. I was very negative to myself that entire time, and not once did I look back at being proud of my achievements. Instead, looked at them with disgust. I've only just started to slowly fill myself up, and I'm getting better every day.
I am sad that this community keeps getting taken advantage of.
You sure about that? Where are my employees? I had to let them go since the channel wasn't able to sustain full-time editors anymore. Just like any business, you face hardships that you don't want to face, and unfortunately, I had to in this case. Duke, businesses don't just run out of money as some kind of shocking surprise. You made a series of bad calls, like, for example, starting a streaming service, though Duke claims he made a profit by using Vimeo. Believe him if you want. I personally don't. But the point is, clearly, something went wrong in your channel. These things aren't a natural cycle of business, laying off everybody who works for you. But laying off is actually a bit of a generous term, because that would imply that Duke actually told his collaborators that they would no longer be working with him. See, according to his collaborators, that's not exactly what happened. Hey, ex-OSQ team member here. Unlikely you'll see this, but wanted to say, I watched your video about Duke and OSQ, and you really hit the nail on the head. I honestly wasn't even told that we weren't working together anymore. It kind of just stopped one day, and then he made that community post, and I was like, hello? The community post in question is the post where he casually announced that no one was working with him on the channel anymore, and a bunch of people were out of work. Bit of a scumbag move, Duke, but that community post also addressed a few other things, most notably that Duke was very bitter with Dungeons & Dragons, that Dungeons & Dragons was killing his passion for content creation, and that he sort of implies that I'm trying to take him out of context. He actually uses this post to defend himself when it comes to the whole, employee thing. In my video, I use footage from his failed comedy tour as B-roll when talking about his employees, because he had another person on stage with him. To be clear, I never directly addressed this comedy partner, they were just used as an example. Duke said he no longer had any other on-screen talent, and it was very sensible of me to assume that this guy was among them. Duke has a response to this inside the blue post. I don't have the original blue posts anymore and deleted them from all my socials when my mental health started to become less negative.
This is pathetic, man.
You sure? Since Crispy seems to have them saved, ask Crispy to show you the first post in that thread where I say at the beginning what happened to my comedy partner. There were 4 blue pictures in that thread, so make sure Crispy sends you each one. Smiley face. His attempts at being catty are failing as hard as his career, but I actually have all 4 blue posts. In any case, let's take a look at that blue post to see what he's talking about. Reed, the comedy partner, was needed back at home, and I'm incredibly proud of him for making that choice. I wish him nothing but the best. Thank you, Reed, for everything you did for the channel while you were with me. Well, I'm grateful that Reed made the right decision and went back home, but you screwed over a bunch of others. Reed specifically doesn't really matter to me, but what's hilarious about this is this whole claim of Duke's that he didn't really screw over Reed specifically. I mean, it's kind of counteracted by the sentence right above there. Unfortunately, nothing stayed consistent, from the content itself to the channel's identity. It all felt scattered. I like to put it this way, the channel lost its identity during this period. That lack of consistency also bled into the live shows we were performing. As of now, we will no longer be putting on any more live shows. for the foreseeable future. You plan to screw over Reed regardless of whether or not he went back to his family, dude. Come on. You were already going to cancel a live show. It's probably because they weren't making you enough money. Also, don't ignore the irony that this guy claims to be some kind of warrior protecting the community from exploiters when he was perfectly happy to abandon D&D when it didn't serve his purpose and he felt insecure in the community. Ridiculous. If you cared so much, you would have stayed, coward. Moving on back to the video, he also skips the entire segment where I make fun of him for crashing out over Min-Max's background.
And why these creators, the creators that people wanted to see play together are so little.
He wanted them to use flat backdrops instead, and I and everyone else thought that that was kind of stupid because the set looks amazing. Duke getting so pissed about it seemed a little bit nonsensical. Duke does not even really address this in his stupid little Google Doc, but he does address something from this segment. Not anything about the set, but instead he addresses a single joke I made regarding Duke's green screen. Crispy shows one of the most popular, viral videos. Crispy zooms in on a part of the King's cloak that is being keyed out and calls it green screen glitching. That specific effect I made used TikTok's crop out filter, where it will crop out a subject and make the background transparent. This can be used with or without green screen, and it does have issues when cropping out articles of clothing. Here is a better example of what I can do when it comes to green screening. Okay, Duke. So, during that joke, I was making fun of this video. I was not making fun of this other, ostensibly unrelated video that I don't care about. If I want to make fun of this other video, I'd make fun of it by pointing out that it is painfully unfunny.
Where'd he go? Oh, there's he is. He's just slightly off screen. Oh, come on!
No wonder this shit didn't get any views. Also, Duke completely ignores the context in which I made the joke, because it wasn't just me bullying him. Okay, it was a little bit, but I had a point. Regardless of the quality of Duke's green screen, Min-Max's stuff looks higher quality. The purchase on the set was worth it. Duke ignores the actual context of his argument, probably because even he realizes he cannot defend it. Duke also skips over the part of my video where I discuss him wanting Min-Max to underpay an artist more. For context, Min-Max gave $800 to someone to design a logo. More than I would have given, but given the context of what Min-Max is doing with commercial rights and everything, it makes complete sense. Rather than just taking this as a disagreement on priorities and payment, Duke decided to crash out, claiming that Min-Max did not do their due diligence to find a cheaper artist that they could underpay more. Duke actually continues with this point, and even defends his whole 1 year of graphic design experience. For more context, I mocked the fact that Duke thought working in graphic design for 1 year made him qualified to critique Min-Max in this way. Duke essentially agrees with my point, saying directly in his Google Doc that, yeah, he wasn't that good at graphic design, which is just adorable. But he also ignores the primary problem here when he moves on to show off artists on Fiverr who would have done the logo for cheaper. I'm going to respond to his whole Fiverr claim by showing off a video by a compatriot in my industry. You may know her by the title of Ginny D. She released a video by complete coincidence a couple days ago where she hired writers on Fiverr to create a backstory for her. And she said this.
What are you doing? I'm gonna have to tip these guys so freaking hard. Fiverr is just like an exploitation platform. Okay.
Yeah, Fiverr is a cutthroat environment, and many artists are forced to grossly undervalue themselves in order to get noticed in the Fiverr search algorithm. But more importantly than that, Ginny also points out that Fiverr is a hellscape infested by AI. In fact, Miss D over here got scammed by a clanker during her video. That sucks. The point is, Duke, that showing off cheap artists on Fiverr is really not helping your argument. Fiverr is a
basically a
exploitation platform,
weird
and that's not
case
something
of...
that Min-Max wanted to be a part of. But we're gonna move on
basically
for
a coin
now.
flip.
Let's get back to his actual video and talk once again about the tech behind Min-Maxed. This week's episodes are sponsored by Phoenix Fan Fusion.
Yeah, better let
Don't
this
already
play.
know, Phoenix Fan Fusion is one of the largest fan conventions in the southwestern United States. They celebrate comics, cosplay, gaming, tabletop role-playing, and just general fandom culture. Last year in 2025, they welcomed 131,000 attendants over 3 days, and I know that for a fact because I was there. My friends and I had so much fun, in fact, that we are going to be going back to Phoenix Fan Fusion. That's right, if you go to this convention, you get to meet me, which I don't even think I need to say anything else. Pretty much covered the best part. Kidding. Honestly, the best part of Phoenix Fan Fusion is the people who run it actually know what they're doing. They have common sense security, but on top of that, they also manage the foot traffic really well. I never felt like I was getting smushed by crowds. Everything moved and flowed naturally, and it was just really refreshing from a convention-goer experience. If you guys are interested in heading to Phoenix Fan Fusion on June 5th through the 7th, you can head down to the description down below or to the pinned comment where you can pick up your passes so you can meet wonderful people like me or others, I guess. Thank you so much to Phoenix Fan Fusion for sponsoring today's episode. As always, supporting our sponsors does support us. Without further ado, back to the video. Oh boy. Duke opens up this segment by being really proud of his journalistic skills and uncovering something dastardly behind the min-max tech.
Glad Crispy brought up the tech portion because there were some interesting things that I found when it came to the tech that was bought to produce Min-Max. And I'm glad Crispy did his due diligence with doing his research on the audio, but surprised they said nothing about the lighting, and I'll address that a little later.
Oh, he's clearly so happy with himself, though I disintegrated all of this hard work he did on lighting research through one conversation with David from Sellsword Arts. We'll get back to it. For now, let's talk about the tablets. Duke points out a legitimate mistake I made in my original video. You see, I was responding to Duke's claim that the tablets were not used, that they were a complete waste of money. I pointed out that the tablet view was clearly seen on screen with the VTT. Duke and Min-Max both said that this is not actually the tablet view they were talking about. I misunderstood them. The tablet view was some character sheets they still plan to add and post in later episodes.
My issue with the tablets was something that Min-Max actually addressed in their response video.
One of the issues we had is we wanted to be able to do a live feed of the character sheet to the project, but that didn't work out. But that doesn't mean it's not something we could do in post. Again, I'm learning as I go, and that's something that I'm hoping to put in the new episodes.
So the part that Crispy says that this is them showing off the tablets is false, because that's not what I or Min-Max was saying.
So Duke was right. I got something wrong. Well, not quite. You see, once again, Duke completely forgets the original claim he made in his video. Remember,
player tablets. Oh, this is a fun one. Not necessary. They spent over $1,000 on player tablets.
Because that's not what I or Min-Max was saying.
Oh, dementia must run in his family. Don't let it get shaky. The tablets were still used. They weren't a waste of money. Duke ignores the context of his original argument for his convenience. Next up, we move on to something even dumber. The camera. In his original video, he wanted the Min-Max crew to replace their Osmos with cheap Logitech C920s. I mocked Duke by pointing out that the Logitech C920 is a budget camera off Amazon that people use for board meetings in their home office. Duke responds to my claim, pointing out the absurdity of his Logitech suggestion by just, talking about a completely different camera? House, this is not professional grade film equipment. What the are you talking about?
What I'm talking about...
There's a section in your video where you show the producers talk about the cameras, and the thought in a fully transparent budget video was that they were action cams and nothing else. It was only when the response video came out that we finally got the information that they were Osmo action cameras were just going to be mounted on a tripod pointing at a subject in their set. Then the difference between the action cam 3, 4, 5, and 6.
The hilarious part is, he could have taken out the clip of me talking about the Logitech C920. I mean, he's clearly not going to address that. And he's very obviously embarrassed by his argument that Min-Max, for their professional film set, should use a Zoom high school class webcam. Duke is clearly struggling here. He wants to move on from that original video, and he's clearly a very sensitive boy, so let's indulge him for a moment. Let's let him move on to this new argument. The reason why he's focusing on these action cameras is because these are the cameras that MinMax bought for use in their actual play. And Duke thinks that they could have bought a cheaper version of this camera and saved a few $100s.
Bought the Osmo Action 4 Essential Combo, which could have been either $200 or $282 per unit based off of the time of purchase, which could have cost at most $580 after tax, meaning they could have saved at minimum $345 on camera equipment. And Crispy, I am so sorry that I'm upsetting you once again by providing ways to keep production costs low.
I'm upset?
I am sad that this community keeps getting taken advantage of. Who stayed till the very end. I just want to say thank you for hearing me out.
Is he crying? What the fuck?
We're gonna ignore the fact that a few $100s of a $100,000 budget is literally 0.4% of the budget. Splitting hairs over that small of a chunk seems a little bit silly, but again, Duke is very sensitive and he needs our help, guys. So let's follow him on this. Duke, while talking about these cameras, makes two central claims, attempting to debunk me. The first one is pointing out that Megan and David from Sellsword Art said in their video that they want to keep costs low.
I only bring it up because the producers apparently also want to keep production costs low.
We tried to keep expenses on the MinMax channel as low as possible, but still
and that means
and by keeping the
being
costs low,
cheap in the right places.
By not having a bunch of middlemen and producers, we also get to spend your money even more wisely. We are being the best stewards of your money.
Apparently, since they said this in their response video to Duke's negging, he has a God-given right to get in their business and tell them, order them, in fact, to buy cheaper hardware. The second claim he makes through these cameras is that it's very much possible to get higher quality with lower amounts of money.
To answer your question, yes. Yes, you can spend less on equipment and still receive similar quality.
Is this similar quality to you, Duke? For the first claim, I'm going to point out that MinMax did
if you don't have eyes,
we need to keep costs as low as possible. They said they want to keep costs low while maintaining quality.
On the MinMax channel as low as possible, but still producing a good season.
The second part of that sentence was conveniently ignored by Duke because it doesn't help him in his argument. There is a middle ground between spending as little money as possible and spending more money than you need to. Apparently, Duke is completely unaware of this. Besides that, Duke also misunderstands something that I'm now going to explain to you. And this is going to seem a little bit silly, but hold my hand, babes. We gotta walk through this for Duke's sake. Okay. So I'm now going to explain the concept of objectivity versus subjectivity. This is a concept taught to children as they mature. Now, given that Duke still dresses like a frat guy who's currently going through hazing all the way in his 40s, a lack of maturity is not exactly surprising to me. Look, Duke is so mad at MinMax for spending money on equipment that is too expensive for him. And I do admit that his claim does have merit to it. I do believe that you can absolutely get tech that is comparable at lower prices. For example, my Jabra Elites. I like them more than the more expensive AirPods Pro 3. That's why I don't own AirPods. But that is my opinion. Marques Brownlee reviewed the AirPods 3 very, very well and positively. He is not objectively incorrect in his review.
Also, more importantly than that, Marques is not committing a moral failing by spending too much money on the AirPods when he could have bought something cheaper. Like, Duke, do you see how insane you are now? God, no, of course he doesn't. He's a fucking nerd.
Duke points out that the comparison between the cheaper camera and the more expensive camera are similar, but someone with an eye for video and photography might disagree. In fact, I do disagree. I think the higher quality camera is clearly better and has sharper light.
Then the difference between the Action Cam 3, 4, 5, and 6 is very minor when it comes to video quality. Looking on Amazon, it seems like
proceeds to show there's a major quality difference.
Yeah.
I think that camera is well worth the 0.4% of the budget that was spent on it. That is my opinion. Duke is free to disagree with me, but once again, Duke, you are not objectively correct when it comes to these cameras. It's insane. This whole video is insane, and it's only going to get worse because we're moving on to the audio. This is apparently a field that Duke is very, very experienced in and very, very passionate about. In my video, I mock Duke's claim that he can get the min-max audio budget to a much lower level by instead ordering Rode pod mics for the cast to use. I pointed out that ordering 7 Rode pod mics was a fairly high cost. With everything else that Duke was buying, he was still going way above his proposed budget. But Duke actually comes back on me with this by showing his receipts. He shows his Amazon list and shows that he can get the budget to $1,100 to $1,200.
Crispy chose to do the $20 mic arms for his version of my budget, then the total cost would have been $1,210, which is still under the price that MinMax spent on their audio equipment. Also, here is a picture of what my audio tech suggestion is. And as you can see, creating a whole setup is cheaper than MinMax buying 4 microphones. Oh, sorry, Crispy, you probably didn't know that based off of how you presented your video.
That is lower than the original min-max budget of $1,400. Well done, Duke. Finally, after like 6 years of your YouTube career, you finally accomplished something. But actually, I'm gonna take that minor achievement back because no, you accomplished nothing. You see, in Duke's original video, he makes this claim.
All bought on Amazon, it would have delivered better audio quality and would have cost them $500 less than what they have now.
Duke, I know that you look about as smart as the average American male, so math is definitely a struggle for you, so don't worry, I'll walk you through this one. Okay, so the original min-max budget is around $1,400. You said you could get the budget to $500 less. $1,400 minus $500 is $900. Now, hold my hand here for a second because this is the part where you get really, really complicated, okay? So, $900 is the arbitrary budget that you set for min-max, the budget that I was trying to disprove. Your new budget is set at $1,100 to $1,200. Look, $1,100 is higher than $900. You still failed, dude. You had a week to think about this, and you still couldn't get the budget to your arbitrary $900 standard? Come on, man. Duke also used the segment to go on some ridiculous side tangents, like going on an insecure rant about his cheap-ass mic arms and ranting about how they're actually super high quality and really great. Duke, your videos are not exactly what I would call super high quality or really great, so you using cheap gear kind of makes sense to me. But he also used the segment to actually correct himself on what he just said. I mean, he just spent all this time talking about how his Rode pod mic setup is so great and affordable and blah, 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 blah. But he walks it back to say that, no, actually, it's not the perfect setup. It would be the perfect setup for a live D&D game, which debatable, but it's not the perfect setup for pre-recorded. The perfect setup for a pre-recorded game are actually the DJI lav microphones.
You can see they're using DJI wireless lav microphones, which would actually be perfect for this group since it delivers good audio quality, holds to a person well if you're moving and flipping around, and is a piece of equipment that the producers are already familiar with.
You're right. David and Megan, also known as the producers, are familiar with the tech. That's probably why they decided not to use it. The DJI 3 is a lav microphone that really struggles in large open spaces that have a ton of echo.
Heck, of course they're not going to use it.
Echo is one of the things he complained about. Him not realizing this new recommendation would make that problem worse is utterly adorable and hilarious. But you might be thinking to yourself, Crispy, how do you know how the DJI Lav 3 works? Well, because unlike Duke, I actually owned and tested a few DJI Lav microphones over the years. If you want to talk about gear, Duke, how about you actually buy and test it? I understand that your channel is doing rapidly worse and worse and worse by the day, so it might be a little hard for you to afford it. But the basic of tech reviewing is actually owning the tech that you're reviewing. Duke ends this segment by going on this crazed rant about how they could use the DJI 3s in a perfect audio setup and brags about all of his audio experience. I learned how to do that in sophomore year high school summer camp. You know, Duke is so enthusiastic about audio.
Editing audio, it makes me so happy and gives me so much serotonin. Okay.
Was really enthusiastic about StarCraft 2. I guess we can have fun with things that we're dog shit at. In any case, let's move on to the final point. The biggest point, the one that Duke was so proud of, the lighting. While investigating the lighting, Duke used his newly found journalistic skills to determine that they wasted $1,000.
Look at the behind the scenes video. The lights used to light the players' faces are 3 Elgato LED key lights for $180 per unit and 1 Elgato key light Neo, which is around $75 per unit. And if you would have totaled all of that up, you would have seen that the final cost only comes to $650 after tax, which doesn't make sense if the producers are saying,
we bought 4 lights for the players so you can see our faces.
This is huge, and choosing not to look into it made you miss $1,348 of donations that none of us except the producers know where it's at.
The big problem with this claim is that it's unfounded, because I just reached out to MinMaxed and asked what was up. It looks like we mischaracterized one lighting item in our budgeting video. It should have gone to video recording here. The overall season total remains the same. The money just went to the wrong category. The budgeting video wasn't supposed to be something that was this scrutinized, and wasn't even what we were using internally to keep track of costs. It was just a fun way that we could show the fans what we were doing with the money that they sent us. Funny enough, those items were actually returned. I'm sending you the return receipts now. Shockingly, Duke turned out to be wrong. MinMax weren't laundering 1% of the budget, but I had to watch him smugly brag about how he exposed this wrongdoing. Now you're gonna have to watch it too, with the context that he's talking about nothing.
Crispy, let's move on to the lighting. Now, I know you didn't touch on this, but it does fall under the tech category, and I'm honestly surprised you didn't talk about this since you do state that you're a proper journalist. It might be good for you to know the lights the producers bought didn't come close to the price they said they paid for.
A minor accounting error. Millions must die. Seriously, I don't really think that a single error in their largely informal budget video is really that big of a deal. No money was laundered, and the fact is that Duke could have figured this out. Like, very easily. He put in all this painful effort into looking at all the lights and totaling up the numbers. Bro, you could have just, like, asked them. You could just sent an email. You know, have you ever done that before? Sent an email? Have you ever talked to a human before? Do you have any friends, Duke? Is this why you act like such an utter psychopath? Also, one more point, and I know this is going to give Duke's fragile little brain an aneurysm, but I'm just going to point this out. Look, I've talked to many people who have worked on some major productions in the TTRPG space, and don't know how to tell you this, Duke, but when you're on a big set with bigger budgets, stuff happens. Gear breaks, gear turns out to be faulty, return windows close, and obviously, mistakes are not always excusable. If mistakes are big enough, they deserve to be called out. I've done that on this very show, but 1%, 0.4%. Especially since you don't actually have the receipts to prove what you're saying and you're just asking meaningless questions into the void, you're not really proving anything. The final question that Duke asks is whether or not any of the returns actually happened, because he thinks the MinMax crew can't be trusted.
But with no proof of return, we don't know if it actually happened. Again, the only thing the audience is relying on is the producer's own word, and that doesn't cut it if they state they're trying to be fully transparent.
Duke, I think you should go back to your like-dislike ratio and realize that the only person in this situation who's not trusted is you. But because you're so curious, I also asked for the receipts, and here they are. There. That's it. Could just ask, man.
GG, easy.
What the hell is this guy doing? This week on Critical Failure After Show. That doesn't mean it was all bad. I had a blast from 2020 through 2022. Yeah, guys, I had a blast while I was making a ton of money and getting a lot of views. Woo! Like, God, this seems so inauthentic, man. Like, if you're out here like, I can't handle the pressure of getting emails. Who are you, Yandere Dev, Duke? Like, I'm sorry, I got no empathy for you with this. This is gonna be like, this is a spellcaster, this is a wizard video, so he's gonna say some, like, ties into some everyday problem, like, oh my god, I curse you with almost sneezing, or I curse you with an itchy butt.
Ziggity zag, ziggity switch, give this man the unreachable itch!
I'm a prophet. Okay, this next section of the video, I'm going to be taking a break from Duke further screwing over Min-Max and talk about how he discusses me, Crispy's Tavern. He tries to insert a couple of owned moments where he destroys that pronoun liberal with facts and logic, blah, 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 blah. Okay, Duke, you might want to hold the brakes on this one because you did a really, really bad job. For starters, he accuses me of clip chimping. If you're unaware of what clip chimping is, it's basically where you cut a clip out to make someone look bad, take them out of context, and remove necessary information to deceive the viewer. I hate this. It's why I put so much B-roll of other people's videos into my video. But am I a hypocrite? Did I actually do this to Duke? Well, no. Let's listen to Duke talk about this first.
I'll admit, if you hear what I'm saying, it sounds like I'm angry and jealous, and I'm just trying to find everything wrong with what they did at this point, and just trying to prove that I could have done a better job. And I was actually shocked to hear that they did what I suggested in terms of lighting. I was shocked because I never go into full detail on how to set up the lighting. And you would have known that too, since you state in your video multiple times that you watched my video.
Well, I checked out what he said. You see, when I watch Duke's videos, if you watch Duke's original video, when he published this video, I watched it within hours.
And since you did, you would have noticed that the producers edited that clip to make me sound like I was angry at them for not doing it my way. And seeing the single frames left in where the cuts happened when they were piecing and altering my words together.
So apparently Duke has just never heard of paraphrasing a clip when it's far too long. Now, obviously it's wrong to change the context of the clip, but how exactly was the context changed, Duke? I mean, you claim that Min-Max manipulated the clip to make it look like you're mad at them for not doing things your way.
The set, the gaming table, the venue, the logo, the tablets, the camera recorders, the mics, the sounds, the lighting, $10,000, almost $11,000 of people's donated money served nothing.
Both of your videos are just you getting pissed at them for not buying gear that you would have bought. What the fuck else would you call that? I'd call it getting mad at them for not doing things your way. We don't have to edit a clip to make it look like you're saying that.
I call it spoiled.
You're just saying that, man. Everybody knows it.
Look like I was mad at them for not doing things my way?
You were mad at them for not doing things your way. And also, too, again, part of, dude, your original, that original section of your video makes it worse, because why are they insinuating that I'm mad at them for not doing things my way? Dude, in your original video, you're insinuating that they're scamming people.
Paraphrasing is a part of journalism. It happens. If you've ever seen coverage of the current US president, then you'll see paraphrasing a lot because some people ramble on for too long, and Duke is one of those fucking people. But if you insist, yeah, you want to listen to his voice some more?
They also showed off the lighting. They said they spent $1,300 on lighting. It would have cost them $1,000. I'm upset at this compared to what my thing is.
They also showed off the lighting. They said they spent $1,300 on lighting. I saw the lighting and some of the lights I use in my own studio. Some of the lights that I use at live shows. And guess what? They could have used 4 LED aperture lights, and if they would have just lit them in a correct way, and maybe got 2 C-stands if they wanted to, it would have cost them $1,000. $1,000. They ended up going a different route and spending an extra $376. I have made decisions like this. I have bought things being like, I think I need this, blah, blah, blah. I end up buying it, realizing that I never really needed it in the first place. And the difference between why I'm upset at this compared to what my thing is because majority of the time, all of that funds came out of my own pocket. I paid for it. They used not their own money. They used fan support for all of this. And again, that is why I'm upset.
I don't really see how cutting out Duke rambling on about his live shows and rambling on about his own lighting setup and rambling on about C-stands, I don't know how that makes him look worse. We're making you look less self-absorbed and annoying. You're welcome. One last point, and this is the craziest part. Literally seconds after Duke whines and complains that Min-Max and I cut relevant information, even though all we were doing was focusing on the aspects of the clip that mattered for our videos. Literally seconds later, Duke does the same exact thing to me.
And now a question for you, Crispy, since you posted your video regarding this situation, and by our conversation, it sounds like you only post these videos when you have all of the facts straight, so...
You cut out, the entire comment to focus on the lines that were important for your video. You cut out the comment I was responding to focus on the lines that were important to your video. And that's fine,
okay? He wants specific information from this comment. He wants to make fun of me for being a drama YouTuber, and he's using this comment in order to do it, all right? I'm not insecure about that. That's fine. But dude, the irony is just completely lost on this narcissist. You did the same thing, idiot. You just didn't do it with my voice. Also, this isn't really a point that Duke makes, but it's a point that a lot of Duke's fans make. Duke shows my messages to him where I said that I didn't want a public feud because I was trying to give him private criticism. He completely leaves out the part that he blocked me. He just kind of leaves that out, which is nice. Now, he does add in his Google Doc that he didn't block me. He just unfriended me to stop me from sending him any more messages. And he didn't plan on friending me again to let me send him any more messages. Hey, Duke, 2 things. 1, unfriending so I can't message you anymore, and blocking me so I can't message you anymore are the same thing. Both would force me to take this situation public because I can't resolve it privately if you're not gonna talk to me, dude. But also, don't miss that edit is Duke straight up admitting that he doxed my Discord account in this Google Doc. I saw it before it was deleted, and yeah, I was embarrassed for him. Very professional, man. Thanks for doxing me. Appreciate it. Duke leaves me alone in this video that's directed directly at me and goes back to bullying MinMax once more. He returns to the point that MinMax could be wasting the money for Season 2. For context, one of Duke's most absurd points is that if Season 2 of MinMax doesn't happen, then the thousands of dollars that they saved to make Season 2 happen would be wasted.
Do you not understand that? 47 has a potential to never be used if Season 2 doesn't happen.
Duke claims Season 2 won't happen based on nothing but speculation. And, well, I feel like I don't even really need to disprove Duke's claim here because he kind of does the work for me. Yeah, for anyone with more than 2 brain cells bouncing around their head, that would be obvious.
As someone who is the proud owner of having 2 brain cells.
Sure? You really, really sure, Duke? Okay, let's check.
I used 1 brain cell to understand their reasoning by saving them money for future seasons, and I used the other brain cell to ask the question on, what if Season 1 doesn't do well? That question has not been addressed by the producers and is a possible outcome because what does happen to $47,000 of donations? You even showed it in your clip when they say,
but that's not the case. We held it back in case Season 1 doesn't do well. We are guaranteed another season, and I think another season after that.
There is no guarantee that future seasons will happen.
Duke, you can't play a clip of them saying, we are guaranteed a Season 2, and then, without any evidence, say, Season 2 is not guaranteed. What the hell? Look, I will give Duke this. Technically, he is correct. Season 2 of MinMaxed is not truly guaranteed. I mean, an asteroid could strike the planet and wipe humanity from the face of the Earth. Netanyahu and Orange Julius could start a nuclear war that wipes out all of civilization. Technically, nothing is guaranteed in this cold and cruel universe. But for real, dude, they save the money. Duke does try to pull a gotcha here by playing an old clip from their budgeting video from, mind you, before they started filming Season 1 of MinMaxed.
And they even stated in their budget video.
And that means we're hoping that, I mean, the money we've got here will easily do 2 more seasons.
For
if
sure.
Everything goes well.
I mean,
if everything goes well.
Automatically get 3 seasons of MinMaxed.
Assuming everything goes well and the thing explodes.
Yeah.
But, no. Okay, fine. But maybe more.
Duke, it's a little lost in translation because Megan and David are kind of talking over each other. What he's saying is that if the thing explodes, you'll get more. Did you hear that at the end? They're guaranteed 2 and 3, and if the thing explodes, don't jinx it, maybe more.
I mean, the money we've got here will easily do 2 more seasons.
For
if
sure.
Everything goes well.
I mean,
if everything goes well.
Automatically get 3 seasons of MinMaxed.
But maybe more.
Does this guy have the listening comprehension of his baby child? Like, what the f?
Yes.
Also, if you're wondering about the
Yes, he does.
language being used here in general, it can also be explained by the fact that this is obviously much earlier in development. They haven't even filmed Season 1 yet. They have no idea what's going to happen. Things could go catastrophically wrong, so they're just being a bit more cautious in their language and more honest with their audience. Duke weaponizes that audience to frame them as frauds, which is just, it is so blatantly malicious. Like, at this point, Duke isn't stupid. He's doing this intentionally. But
Still, he's also stupid because listen to this line.
To give an example on how future seasons are determined, what happens if a TV series doesn't perform well in their first season? It's usually canceled because there weren't enough people watching and supporting it. And even though the TV series might have had the funding for future seasons, it doesn't change the fact that the demand isn't.
Do I need to explain to a grown-ass man the difference between a YouTube and a TV? Look, if the min-max
I mean, YouTube kind of needs to
who defrauded multiple
this,
Kickstarter campaigns, then sure, this would be a valid question. But they're not. In fact, they've been incredibly transparent about the money, and they said Season 2 was going to happen, man. If Season 2 doesn't happen, you can then crash out about it. But until then, Duke, do the world a favor, save us from your irritating-ass voice, and shut the fuck up. Now, after this, Duke goes on to skip even more sections of my video, and in case you're wondering, no, these are not addressed in his dogshit Google document. Duke skips over the portion of my video and Min-Max's video where they talk about how they were trapped in a massive ice storm that severely hampered their production possibilities. Duke also skips out on the part of my video where I point out that the Min-Max crew have families and lives and other priorities, and they couldn't dedicate to a longer film.
Oh, because he doesn't have one.
Duke actually skips over like a lot of my videos, and despite the fact that he said he'd be addressing all of my points and following along, he is very much failing to do that. And damn, we're not even close to done. Duke then gets on to possibly the most painful part of his video, and that is the section where he's analyzing the timeline of the GoFundMe. So let's establish some facts here. Min-Max wanted to raise money so that they could afford to fly everyone out and play a D&D game. When they realized they were going to pass their initial $10,000 goal very quickly, they upped the goal to $20,000 and upped their ambitions a bit. But they realized after only a few hours that, yeah, this was going way past $25,000, it was reaching up to $100,000, and after 4 days, they decided to close the GoFundMe early. David made an announcement saying, hey, we're closing in a few hours, and then closed it at midnight. I think that that's a reasonable series of events. Duke thinks it's evidence of some kind of gross wrongdoing. Now, Duke does have another problem with me, and that is that I said the Min-Max crew never won $100,000. He disproves me with this.
Confused about is why you didn't show your audience the clip of them stating that. There's a phrase they use that makes their entire statement untrue, as well as the statements you just made. So just so your audience still receives the facts on what you state you get for them, here is what the producer said about handling the GoFundMe.
One of the things he says in the comments that we should have ended the GoFundMe sooner because we blew our budget out of the water. And it was live for less than a week. We ended it while we were away at Thanksgiving with our families.
We set this thing up, and we originally had a goal of 10 cages to buy plane tickets, and then we modified the goal to 20 when we saw we might hit that. And then we kind of didn't look at it, and it exploded. And we actually ended it, I think, within 4 days because we didn't want a ballooning budget.
So, Duke, are you like stupid and deaf too? They clearly say in that video that they wanted $10,000 to $20,000. How does that disprove my claim that they didn't want $100,000? What the hell? Now, Duke actually has some supporting evidence. He goes through all the clips of the Min-Max crew expressing their gratitude for their community support and microanalyzes the timeline of every single one of them. It's...
But $100,000, they would have closed the GoFundMe when they posted their thank you video displaying $88,000. Instead, they left it open and ran another advertisement. To me, that doesn't sound like a creator. $20,000 in 3 hours and $25,000 in just 4 hours. Again, as a creator, if there was money coming in that fast into a project that I was passionate about, I know I wouldn't just forget to look at it, but instead be monitoring it, which is what the producers did. And I know they did because other talent are part of Min-Max and the producers themselves posting these videos.
So that's pretty crazy. Hey, you guys rock.
Before we really get into it, I need to acknowledge that an allegedly mentally stable adult is looking at a bunch of other adults expressing gratitude and assuming that something incredibly untoward is happening, that they are using this as some kind of advertising ploy. And all I can think of is, has this strange psychopath ever had someone say thank you before? Jesus. Anyway, look, none of this even really matters. Duke is trying to claim that something untoward is happening, but he doesn't really prove what. Like, Duke, why are you interrogating the specific day they closed the GoFundMe? Why are you interrogating the specific hour that they closed the GoFundMe? I mean, seriously, this guy is going by freaking minutes to try and prove that they closed it too late. Too late for what? Too late What is the problem with them closing it at 12 p.m. after 4 days? What exact crime have they committed by doing this? Duke is so obsessed with getting some kind of win. He wants to prove me wrong so badly that he will desperately cling on to my claim that they didn't want $100,000 as a central argument. Duke, the argument that I was responding to was something in your original video. You know, the video that you just magically has seemingly forgot about. In that video, you're accusing MinMax of being money hungry and greedy and exploiting the community. Given that, one, none of them have even been paid yet for the work they've done, another thing that Duke completely ignores, but two, they closed the GoFundMe. My point was, how can these people be money hungry if they closed the GoFundMe so people could no longer give them money? They initially wanted it open for a week, and they closed it early so that people couldn't give them any more money. If they left it open for the full week, I mean, there's a realistic shot they could have gotten to $200,000, maybe even $300,000. Duke completely ignores his initial claim and doesn't replace it with anything. He's just meaninglessly flailing around, debating the exact hour that they closed the GoFundMe without getting me or anyone else to care about why that matters. Anyway, moving on, Duke also gets really upset once more about the lack of live action fight scenes. Now, this particular claim was very thoroughly disproven by MinMax because they just never promised live action fight scenes. Duke, though, he puts his investigative goggles back on. It went so well for him all these previous times, so let's see what he does this time. He found in his investigation that they set up microphones meant for the cast to be moving around.
We have the soundboard that connects all of their lapel microphones together to record everyone's voice at the same time, but still
what's your
allow
fucking
those
point, dude?
yahoos to get up and walk around and do their acrobatics and whatnot and still be able to hear them.
They bought the mics as well so the tech guy can still hear them when they do their acrobatics, but they're saying that they never promised live action because they couldn't deliver it. So why get those mics and why would the tech guy say that? I don't know. I'm confused.
Of course you're confused, Duke. You're a fucking idiot. Idiots get confused all the time, so I'll walk you through it. So, Duke, I understand that every project you've ever been a part of has been a massive, catastrophic failure in every sense of the word. So you might be unfamiliar with this concept, but it's a concept called pre-planning. The MinMax crew knew they couldn't deliver live action scenes for season 1, primarily due to the extremely tight timeline that they were working under. Despite what Duke believes, no, you cannot coordinate complex live action fight scenes in only 3 days. It would be impossible. So they planned those for season 2. Whoa, mind-blowing. As part of their planning, they've clearly set up their microphones to prepare for that eventuality. Like, okay, let's say they set up the microphones and we're getting ready for live action fight scenes for season 1 and they canceled it last minute. I mean, once more, you know that thing that Duke ignores, the massive historical ice storm that swept across the United States of America?
Not hard to ignore.
Really compelling reason as to why they couldn't do those live action fight scenes. In case Duke forgot, even the indoors were freezing cold because it's a warehouse, you idiot. It doesn't have the same heating as a small ass little house like the one that you live in. Duke also goes on to show off all of these clips of the MinMax crew doing their normal thing. Like, performing fight choreography for the camera is their normal content. And to get ready for the show, they did some fight choreography for the camera. You know, like they normally do. Stuff like rolling dice with whips, performing moves because their DM dared them to do it. He claimed that if they did the move in real life, then he would allow them to do the move in the game. It's fun stuff. But regardless, they never promised in any of these clips, they never promised live action fight scenes.
They never promised this shit would be in there. They're trying to get eye-grabbing attention to get eyes on their project. That's all that was. And you assumed that that meant that there was going to be choreography in the fucking D&D session? You're an idiot. I don't know what else to tell you then. You're a dumbass.
Duke, until you produce a clip where they say they promised live action fight scenes, I'm sorry, it just didn't happen. It's just so sad that Duke is looking at these clips that the audience were clearly very excited about and getting upset because how dare they use their fun videos to set false expectations. Finally, this former parkour enthusiast is questioning my journalistic integrity because I didn't demand to know where the Min-Max production team went.
For pointing that out, Crispy, because why is it that these two are the only ones producing Min-Max when this was said in their first ever video on the Min-Max channel?
But now, because of you, we're really gonna be able to make this campaign come to life. We've got a team that's gonna help us record, edit, and produce this at a high quality. We've got artists who are gonna come and help bring this world to life. We've got set designers who are gonna make it so it's immersive and fun.
Let me ask you, why didn't you bring up the question of what happened to the team that was mentioned to help edit, film, and produce Min-Max at a high quality 7 hours before the GoFundMe even ended? The question to ask now is, what happened to that team, and was there even a team to begin with?
Does this fucking idiot think the producers and the production team are the same thing?
When David and Megan said that they are the producers, they didn't say they were the whole production team. A production team and the producers are two separate things. The producers can be on the production team, but they do not necessarily make up the whole thing. If you wanted to have this explained to you once more, you could have just asked them. We actually did have a production team, and we talk about them both in the budget video and also in the behind the scenes content. It's not a production company, and I think that's where he's getting confused. We had a tech team that took care of setting up, recording, troubleshooting, consulting on what gear to buy and use. We had production assistants that handled transportation, craft services, and talent management to ensure the productions ran smoothly and that the performers could focus on the game. But no, we never paid for a production company, we never intended to. The role of a producer is a complicated one, and they often have some help, but they are still the sole producers of Min-Max. Unless you want to get mad at, like, the water boy who's ferrying their drinks back and forth too, Duke. The nail in the coffin of this whole thing, Duke ends this video by addressing his resume. If you recall, Duke submitted a fucking job application to Min-Max after he borderline slandered them. And this is how he explains those actions.
With me posting an aggressive call-out video to Min-Max, to them responding, and then myself posting my resume in the comments of the response video, yeah, it was dumb.
Yeah, it was dumb. I go further to say that you are dumb, but I understand that you're too insecure to admit that. But, yeah, he doesn't stop the sentence there, does he?
But did it show that I was being serious, that I wanted to see Min-Max succeed, considering I took the time to write everything out and post that information to the public? Yes!
Duke, this pathetic little application that was clearly made in, like, an hour. I mean, for God's sakes, you couldn't even spell the name of the YouTuber right. Sword Cell Arts? You're really telling me that this shows your dedication and effort? But no, this doesn't show dedication and effort. This shows narcissism. It shows egotism. It shows that you, a former parkour enthusiast, think that you are experienced enough to fix all of the supposed issues with this production. Issues that, need I remind you, you haven't even proven are actually problems. But Duke actually triples down on this, because not only does he give himself excuse after excuse for this nonsensical job application, but he gives another sales pitch to Min-Max.
What?
You guys have an entire warehouse in the palm of your hands that you showed that you're able to go around and explore and even do live action scenes within it. Have the DM go through and create a one-shot that takes you through the entire warehouse. Be those D&D characters, become those D&D characters.
For fuck's sake.
What would be really freaking cool as well is not only could people donate to make this happen, but you could also bring those people to be a part of the creation of this. The ending.
Bruh.
After you guys go through the entire warehouse and you explore and you have a good time, you go outside or within the warehouse, I don't know how big it is, and you have a setup where fans and audiences can come and watch you guys have an actual combat session for each one of your guys' names to be called out, and you guys just hear a roar from your fans cheering you on. Could hit or miss. All of you are so talented. So why are you sitting down and playing D&D? Become D&D. That would would be so cool.
Yeah.
So what Duke is suggesting
probably
is
not
not a
reacting
D&D
to.
game. It's more like an escape room, and we're going to talk about how stupid that is in a second. But look, this is actually something that's been done before. Duke's brilliant idea is not his. Deborah Ann Wool and the Dungeon Dudes actually already did this with Tales from Wood Creek. I reached out to someone on the cast of Tales of Wood Creek to ask how much time, effort, and money went into that show. They conveyed to me that it was by far the most expensive project that they had ever been a part of. They also said that it took a year of rigorous planning, multiple test runs, and in the months leading up, it was strenuous amounts of work to get everything ready for the production. It was insane. Running a D&D escape room is crazy. And while I adore Tales from Wood Creek and think it's incredible, it's clearly not what the Min-Max crew were going for. And clearly not what their audience wanted because, in case you haven't noticed, Min-Max got, like, many times more views. Look, you don't need to do something like Tales from Wood Creek. Playing a D&D game is just fine. It's what people wanted. And I think that brings me, Ed and Crispy, onto the final point of this video, and that is Duke is completely disconnected from what people actually want from Min-Max. Because of course he is. He didn't donate to the actual GoFundMe. That's what's so hilarious about this. Remember how he keeps on saying your donations, the donors, not us? Because he is not one of them. He's crashing out on something that he is completely unrelated to. And worse than that, something he doesn't even care about. This guy doesn't care about D&D. And I know that because one of his old friends actually came out to talk about the man he is behind the scenes.
Oh, now here's a plot twist.
He looks at us dead in the face and goes, I don't play D&D. Like, excuse us for thinking that a D&D content creator would play D&D. Like, he got the idea from his wife. He was a YouTube Shorts comedian. Like, he was trying to make it big on YouTube Shorts. His goal was to make it big as a YouTube Shorts creator, as like a YouTube creator. And his wife suggested that he try D&D and use that.
Duke isn't part of this community. He's just in it for money. Now, if you're wondering who that guy is, that is a former content creator who used to be on Duke's actual play. I'm going to be covering his full testimony on the after show because this video is long enough. Look, at the end here, I'm going to focus on a specific part of this former friend's testimony.
He's just a very bitter, mean, insecure person. Every time I saw him at conventions, he would be by himself or with his employee, walking around by himself, not talking to anyone. It's just like he is just a sad, lonely person. Like I said, he lives 10 minutes away from me. We have dozens of other D&D friends that we hang out with all the time in our community, and we have such a great time sharing this game that we love. And like, he could have been a part of that, but instead he separates himself and he isolates himself because he thinks himself better than everyone.
Yeah, that lines up with my experience with Duke as well. Before my first video, before any video on a tabletop creator, I always reach out to everyone that I'm mutuals with so that I can make sure I'm not burning any bridges. I reached out to every creator who even made eye contact with Duke. Anyone who liked his posts, anyone who followed his account, anyone who saw him at convention, took pictures with him. You know what's crazy? So many content creators, and half of them didn't even know he existed. They forgot about him. Many of them didn't even realize he was still making content. And the ones that did remember him, they did not like him. I hate one-shot questers. Editing this video was like a hellscape for me because I had to listen to his voice so much. But the more I think about him, the more I just kind of pity him. But rest assured, I don't pity him that much. Duke, if you ever rear your college fraternity ass looking ahead in this community again, if I ever see you showing off those Tommy Wiseau filmmaking skills that you have, if you ever try to be
that's an insult to Tommy Wiseau
on this platform, I'll be watching. And while I'm going to be taking a break from talking about you for a while, you know, for my own sanity, my memory is long. I don't forget as easily as you do. And I'm always
I'll probably forget
to milk a cow like you. Stay where I can't see you, babe. You'll be fine. In any case, that is going to be the end of this very long episode of Critical Failure. I hope you guys enjoyed our little funeral procession for Duke. If you did, then please do let me know you were loyal to the tavern by leaving the comment Euphoria to describe the feeling that I'm feeling right now, knowing that Duke's career has completely fallen apart. Also, if you want to check out more of our content, then check out our other most popular episode, Critical Failure, right now, the Shad Diversity video. Don't worry, a sequel's coming to that one. It's just taking some time. But before you go, please do like on this one and subscribe to Crispy's Tavern so you don't miss every content as it comes out. And finally, if you want to support us directly, head over to our Patreon or buy our merch, stuff like that makes these videos possible. In essence, like, comment, subscribe, support. I'll see you all next time. Farewell.
Yeah, that was part 2 of the One-Shot Questers saga. Yeah, I think I'm almost done with the flats for this picture, so I think I'll just put on some music. New Acman video. Wait. Ah, there it is. There we go. Nothing's better than Wendy getting down with some overclocked remix.
last Metroid is in captivity. The galaxy is at peace.
Yes.
some of the benefits that Heyo can provide.
I think it's ready to color.
Spoken on Earth right now, 3,000 aren't spoken by the children. So that in one generation, we're going to have our cultural diversity. He went on to say that every 2 weeks, an elder goes to the grave carrying the last spoken word of that culture.
Yeah, I think the plan will probably go. Orange black outline. Anyone out there? Okay, a little bit better. And let's see, let's go with the pattern for the background. Alright, forgot the flushing on Vinny over here. There we go. Basic flush. Alright, now for my signature. Here it is. Okay. That is it for tonight. I think I did a pretty decent job, all things considered. Regardless, I'd like to thank everyone for coming tonight, and I will see you all next time. Take care, everyone.